Okay, Chair Brandt, we are recording and broadcasting and the public is joining in.
Okay, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. For those of you who are attending in person in Sacramento, please complete a blue slip and turn it in to Edmund. When it's time for public comments, we'll call you towards the presenters table to provide your comment. And as always, for commenters, please identify yourself and affiliation, and then you will be given an opportunity to have a timed 3-minute timing for a public comment. For those participating remotely, please email your public comments. Edmund, do you have the address there? Or raise your hand, and we will identify you to come up and give that presentation. Public comment. Edmund, do you have the email?
Yes, DISB@deltacouncil.ca.gov.
Okay, let's move on to the roll call and state your full name and whether or not you have any new conflicts of interest or any conflicts of interest. Steve Brandt, nothing new here. Virginia?
This is Virginia Dale. I have no new conflicts.
Joe? Joe, I think you're on mute.
I had a hard time in demuting me. No new conflicts.
Okay, Tom?
No, Tom Holzer, no new conflicts.
Tanya?
Tanya Heikela, no new conflicts.
And Jay?
New conflict. I'm part of a group developing a proposal to the University of California, including Laura Larson, for developing a collaborative group to do modeling of California water issues. But I think that proposal, we'll hear perhaps more about it later, but I don't think it'll occur until after my time on the board has expired.
Okay, thanks, Jay, and thanks, Jay, for being our on-site representative today. Diane?
Diane McKnight, no new conflicts.
Bob?
Bob Nyman, no new conflicts.
Lisa?
Lisa Wanger, no new conflicts.
And Obey is not going to be, sends his apologies. He's not going to be attending today's meeting. I want to move on to the, first of all, overview of the agenda. We have a very, very busy meeting today, talking about the conveyance project, talking about how we might approach that, getting a action item on our guidelines, and a variety of other things about our current and ongoing reviews. Does any board member have to leave early? We want to make sure we have at least 2/3 of the people here for our guidelines vote. Virginia?
Steve, I will be gone for about half an hour from 10 to 10:30. That's all.
Okay. And Virginia?
I will be gone Eastern time from about 3:40 till 4:30, 4:40. I'll get back as soon as I can. My apologies.
Okay, so I think 1:30 is when we're planning to do our guidelines, if we're sort of on time. So that should still get you in time to be part of the discussion and the vote. So we'll keep the agenda items in its current order. So in the interest of time, on Chair's report, item number 2, I really don't have anything to report. I want to, most of my comments will be in other agenda items. I did want to highlight that we do have some public comments. We received the Sierra Club. We continue to receive correspondence since the last meeting dealing with the topic of the Delta Conveyance Project is not a solution to the drought and climate change. And I think we have about 959 letters so far on that topic. We also received a comment on from California Water Research on June 30th, talking about the legislature approval of the audit of the 2021 runoff forecast and drought preparation by DWR and the Water Board. So I encourage board members to read those public comments. So are there any public comments on this topic before we move on?
are none.
Okay, the next item is the presentation by the Delta Stewardship Council Chair. Virginia, thanks for joining us today. It's good to see you. And again, public congratulations on your official election to the position. We really look forward to working with you and over the next number of years. So congratulations, and we're happy to hear that. I'll turn the podium over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brandt. It's truly a privilege and an honor to serve as the next chair for the Delta Stewardship Council. And again, I want to affirm for you that I personally truly look forward to working with you and your incoming new chair, Lisa, as well. So just a few comments. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Jay Lund and Dr. Thomas Holzer, who presented us at our last meeting. And might I say, it was just an incredibly well-received presentation. The amount of engagement was intense. And I think I mentioned after their presentation, it really affirmed for me that my old college days where I saw boring professors did not come true. They really captivated us. And again, excellent presentation on behalf of, again, Dr. Lund and Dr. Holzer. So thank you to them. I also want to thank the Independent Science Board for your very timely and important report on the water supply reliability. As you know, that's obviously one of our co-equal goals. So we're paying especially special attention to that. And this report is truly generating a lot of internal conversation, both on the planning and on the science side of our agency. And we're actively discussing ways on how we can integrate and apply the findings of this report into our work. So one of the things I'd like to suggest and maybe offer on behalf of the Delta Stewardship Council is maybe how we could help facilitate a briefing on the report with the staff of the Department of Water Resources that I think would greatly benefit from this report, and perhaps maybe the State Water Board as well. Some of the key recommendations that I foresee that we could possibly look to or advance with your report is working with agencies to find, again, this water supply reliability report and the actions outlined for our recent Delta Science Action Agenda, and maybe also working this into the salinity management scenario planning. And of course, I'm going to share the podium with Dr. Larson, who can talk a little bit more about that. And then finally, maybe informing and shaping an upcoming summit that we are planning on integrated modeling. Again, these are three just very quick, high-level suggestions. And of course, we're looking forward to the Independent Science Board and your briefing at the next DPIC meeting, which is scheduled for Monday, July 18th. Looking forward to that. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Larson, who is actually going to serve as the chair for the next DPIC meeting, given my very newness, if you will, to the chairmanship. And she'll give more in-depth report on both the Delta Stewardship Council and the DPIC meeting scheduled for Monday. Thank you so much, Dr. Brandt. I look forward to continuing establishing a relationship with you personally and with the rest of the Independent Science Board.
Thank you, Chair Madueño, and good morning to all of the Independent Science Board members. As Virginia Madueño said, I will be chairing the next DPIC meeting, which really has two major focuses. The first is on monitoring, and there will be three presentations that are part of a monitoring panel. The ISB presentation will be the first of those. And then we will hear a presentation from TAMPT, the Collaborative Adaptive Management Team, which has been undergoing a three-part monitoring overview. And that will be followed up by a report from Dr. Carl Wilcox from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, I'm sorry, from CDFW, on what's known as the 5-agency review. The 6-agency redesign, which reviews 5 different monitoring programs. And so if you think about this in terms of scale, I think these three presentations nicely complement each other in a holistic discussion of monitoring in the Delta. The Independent Science Board review is the most comprehensive and far-reaching of the three reviews. The CAMPT overview is looking at a specific set of reviews that have been conducted by CAMPT agencies. And then the 6-agency redesign focuses on 5 specific monitoring programs related to meeting regulations, meeting regulatory requirements of the biological opinions. So we're looking forward to seeing these 3 presentations, followed by a discussion about how DPIC and the Delta Science Program via the Delta Science Plan could think about our roles in shaping the next step in restructuring monitoring programs and making sure that they're well aligned with management needs, while also well equipped to adapt to rapidly changing conditions. In the second part of the DPIC agenda, the focus will really be on One Delta, One Science. We'll hear a presentation from Mario Manzo of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation on the Delta crosscut budget. So that will be released by the time of the meeting. And then we will get into a discussion of the update to the salinity monitoring workshops. I will be seeking DPIC, a DPIC letter of commitment for the proposal that Jay alluded to earlier, and I'll provide you with more details of that in my lead scientist report today. So I'm happy to address any questions about DPIC, and I'm also prepared to get into a little more detail on how the science program and the planning division see alignment of the water supply reliability report with recent and ongoing initiatives and some of the additional impetus that it creates for priorities that are not yet funded or realized. So I'll leave that to your direction, Steve. I'm prepared to talk about either of those things.
Steve, you're muted.
Maybe we'll, thank you. Maybe we'll finish the council report and then open it up for questions and further discussion. Do you have anything else on the agenda?
Are you asking Virginia? Nothing else from me, Steve.
Chair Brand, if I may, I think we do have a couple more items. If I'm just kind of looking around, I don't see, maybe we'll go to Chris. Oh, let's go to Abbott Dutton for a quick comms update, and then Chris Clyer, our executive fellow, will provide a brief legislative and budget update, and that'll close things out on our end.
Great, thanks.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm Abbott Dutton, the Council's Assistant Deputy Executive Officer for External Affairs and Communications. It's a pleasure to join you again today to give you an update on some of the ways the communications team has supported your work recently. Since we last spoke, there have been 2 main types of information that we've helped distribute and promote. The first is information related to your meetings and tours. The second is information about your recently published review of water supply reliability as it relates to the Delta. This information has been distributed through both internal platforms as well as outreach to external partners. And when I say internal platforms, I mean public-facing digital platforms that are operated and maintained by the council staff. For example, our website, listserv, and social media platforms. And when I say external partners, I mean colleagues outside of our agency with public-facing platforms relevant to our mission and activities, such as Maven's Notebook and the California Department of Water Resources Delta E-News, for example. Let's begin with some examples of content recently uploaded to the Council's website by the comms team and the Delta's ISB support staff. This includes May, June, and July meeting notices and materials, a proposed agenda for the Delta ISB's August tour of water project facilities, and the review of water supply reliability estimation related to the Delta and the accompanying summary sheet. Once posted on our website, the comms team distributed this information through 6 or so listservs to about 2,600 subscribers. And an interesting note here, that listserv that announced the availability of the water supply reliability review received more clicks than any other listserv we received last month. To be more specific, 26% of subscribers who opened that listserv clicked on at least one of the hyperlinks that was included in the listserv. Once distributed through the listserv, this content was posted on some of the council's social media platforms. Announcements were predominantly featured on Twitter because this is where we see most activity from the Delta science and policy communities. Knowing that people-centric content tends to bring about the highest engagement, the comms team worked with the Delta ISB support staff to get a quote from Dr. Lund to include in the tweets that promoted the water supply reliability review. And generally, this approach approximately doubles a tweet's impressions compared to content that is not people-centric. So when appropriate, we'll look for opportunities to post more Delta ISB content on our social media platforms and our other ones as well, including Instagram and LinkedIn, weaving in a people-centric approach when and where possible. And that's not all we did to get the word out. Lastly, the comms team sent this information to some of our external partners who regularly receive information about Delta news, such as Mavens and Delta E-News. So that's a very high-level overview of how we've been promoting your work. I'd like to also mention that we've received a blog from Dr. Lund about the water supply reliability review that we're currently formatting, and we look forward to distributing and promoting that maybe as later as this month, as early as this month, I should say. If there are other blog topics you might be interested in, please let us know. Work with the Delta ISB support staff, and we'll think through the optimal distribution and timing. And I'll close my presentation with a reminder to please read the Outreach Highlights Report. It's produced by the comms team every month to learn more about the council and the Delta ISB announcements that earn top attention on our website or listservs and our social media platforms. In June, the report showed that our top Facebook post last month announced the names of the Delta ISB's postdoctoral researchers. Again, notice the interest in the people there. These reports also capture metrics from your meeting webcast. And again, just connect with us. We encourage you to follow us on social media, members of the public as well, sign up for our listservs, and follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook and Instagram. So thank you for your time. I want to introduce the council's executive fellow, Chris Klyer.
Yeah, thank you, Abid. So I'm Chris Klyer. I'm the executive fellow at the council, and I'm here today to provide a few brief budget and legislative updates. So on the budget side, Governor Newsom signed a $308 billion state budget on June 30th, and this includes $23 billion for the state's rainy day fund. Of particular interest to the board is the fact that $1.2 billion was appropriated to provide immediate drought support. So this would be things like conservation, stormwater capture, wastewater treatment plant system upgrades, drought relief for agriculture, etc. There's also an additional $1.5 billion, which was deferred for allocation later this summer for long-term water resilience. As of now, no additional resources or tasks have been allocated to the ISB, but staff will continue to monitor developments and report back. In terms of legislation, Senate Bill 189 was signed into law earlier this month, and that bill, among other things, extends the Bagley-Keene open meeting law exemption through July 1st of 2023. As a result, state boards and commissions have discretion over continuing fully remote meetings and are not required to publicize the addresses of members attending the meeting remotely. And lastly, in terms of an audit, late last month, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee approved Assemblymember Adam Gray's request to audit the management of surface water operations in California. The scope of the audit is quite broad and will look at a variety of topics, including the temporary urgency change petition process and the accuracy of modeling assumptions that underlie operational decisions. The audit is expected to take approximately 6 months. Those are my updates, and I'll hand it back to Chair Brandt for any questions of the council presenters. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Great presentations. I first want to follow up with Virginia's suggestion about water supply reliability and perhaps a briefing to the water resources staff and the water board. For Jay and Tom, is that something, if it could be arranged, you'd be willing and happy to do?
Of course.
Okay, so how do we make that happen?
So Dr. Brandt, I suggest we can circle back on our next briefing that we are scheduled with you, Jessica, Lisa, and Dr. Larson. If we could do that within the next week or so, I think that would be great. Let's start the implementation process.
Okay, and that sounds good. We'd like to follow up on that. I think those are great venues for these briefings on this topic. And just one question for Chris. So the new the extended SB 189, I guess, that then means we don't need to have an individual representative in Sacramento for each of our meetings.
That is correct, Chair Brandt.
Okay, thank you. So floor is open for any board members, any questions, discussion?
Thank you very much.
Jay, I think you have to
Need to not unmute.
Jay, you just don't unmute. That's what I found out last time.
I have to teach myself that every time. It's a habit I have of unmuting myself. I've been trying to get into that habit for 2 years now.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Edmund, is there a public comment on this topic?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to say I sent the board a letter about the audit. I transcribed the state auditor's comment on my blog. The audit was inspired in part by my comments to the water board about fatal errors in DWR's runoff forecasts. DWR had a methodology that was based on picking out analog years from first in 2021 from a 50-year historic record, and then using linear combinations of those years to forecast runoff. And then they moved to 30 years for 2022, and that was disastrously off as well. There's an issue that the NOAA Forecast Center has been using physics-based models, and those have been a lot more accurate. And in a rapidly changing climate, the past simply isn't a guide to the kind of runoff we're seeing. And so that got picked up by Assemblymember Gray, and there's also Tulare Irrigation District in, there's irrigation district in Assemblymember Gray's district, and they've been using their own watershed forecast model. And there's comments I transcribed on my blog as well, but their methods were a lot more accurate than DWR's. There has been a systemic issue going back decades with DWR's modeling, with testing and calibration and validation and documentation and disclosure of calibration methodology and calibration and testing information to stakeholders, which I have 2 more blog posts. Dr. Lund was a co-signer on a 2009 letter to the Delta Stewardship Council's predecessor, the Bay Delta Authority, where the Bay Delta modeling community asked for independent peer review and better verification and validation. And Dr. Lund chaired a panel in 2012, the State Water Board, that made similar recommendations of, documenting model weaknesses for for when models are used in water board proceedings. And I believe this is the foundational systemic error is the water board never followed these recommendations. And so when the Department of Water Resources was making these runoff forecasts, there was no external review. There was no documentation of the methodology available to the stakeholders. There was no documentation of errors. And so these numbers are just used without any kind of error bars. So it's a change that California Water Research has advocated for a decade as well. And we're going to be pushing for that going forward. And we hope the auditor's office will point to that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Deidre. And as a reminder to the board members, there is a written comment in the board material from Deidre on this topic. Any other public comments, Edmund?
There are none.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4 on our agenda, and that's a Delta Conveyance update. And as background, I think you all know that in April 2020, we submitted a memo to DWR on the notice of preparation of the Delta Conveyance Project and indicating our plans to review the EIR and highlighting areas from previous reviews on the Delta Conveyance that DWR should consider in preparing the upcoming EIR. And they have provided updates to us in August of, I think it's 2021, January 2022, and just last June of 2022. And the summary of these discussions is part of your meeting packages. So after last month's update, we had discussions and had an interest in getting sort of a better orientation on some of the models being used to assess the impacts of the Delta Conveyance Project. So we've invited Carrie Buckman and Amardeep Singh of DWR to present this update, in particular on how climate change and uncertainty are being represented in the models that were presented at the last meeting. I'm going to read to you the questions we provided DWR to help inform this presentation, and I think it is in a handout you might have in your material. One is how are you estimating the amount of water that is likely to be diverted into the new tunnel under climate change? Does it involve estimating the frequency and magnitude of large storms? If so, how were these estimates made? If not, please provide specifics on methods and relevant assumptions. How is remaining in-stream flow estimated either per storm or as an aggregate over time? Second question, what are the temporal and spatial resolutions of water quality projections, particularly temperature and salinity? 3 is, how do you anticipate salinity management will refresh tunnel diversions given the need to release more fresh water to prevent saltwater advance? Next question is, will operations be driven by science and data decision triggers? Next question, what will be the process for modifying tunnel operations over time as events develop? And then the last question was, how can and will the tunnel be used for avoiding fish impacts or even improving conditions for native fishes relative to today? Now, we gave them 10 minutes to answer these questions, so no, we gave them a half an hour, but we understand there's a lot of probably in-depth questions, and there's probably thousands of pages written about the answers to those questions, but we think that getting some insight into particularly the type of models that are being used will help us prepare for the review. And the question that's not on here is, of course, when are we going to get it? And so we'll hopefully get some insight into that. So Carrie, turn the podium over to you. Thanks again for being here. We know you guys are really busy and we appreciate really appreciate your time. We really do appreciate you being here again today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us back, Dr. Brandt and members of the board, and giving us more than 10 minutes, because yeah, we would not have made it very far. So I think before we launch into the technical material that Amardeep is going to present, I wanted to provide a little bit of context. So the comments that we received from and the questions from the last meeting, I think really reflected an intense interest in climate change, which is not surprising. But I did want to talk a little bit about climate change and how it fits into the Sql process. So our focus in the draft EIR is to meet Sql requirements. So Sql requires an analysis of a proposed project and how it could cause potential environmental impacts compared to existing conditions. So what that means is it does not require a comparison under future conditions. It just looks at how things are compared to the time of the signing of the NOP, which was January of 2020. So for climate change, it requires an analysis of how the project could contribute to climate change. Primarily, that means any changes to greenhouse gas emissions, but not how climate change could affect the project or how the impacts could change with climate change. So there are a number of things that I want to be clear aren't really the focus of our EIR, including how climate change affects the environment. So, you know, we're not looking at what climate change could do to water quality in the Delta, for example, or what it could do to levees or flood conditions, because those are baseline conditions. You know, that's our focus is really the project, and primarily the project under existing conditions. So we are providing more than required just to help try to inform decision makers, but it's not the focus of the document. So we have a couple of things, given that this is a climate adaptation project and the sort of desire to help inform decision makers. We do have a climate change chapter that does look at how the project contributes to climate resiliency. And we do have appendices for the water related chapters to consider if the environmental effects of the proposed project could change in the future if you're incorporating climate change and sea level rise. But that really is still focused on the effects of the project in the future, not the effects of climate change on its own, if that makes sense. But even all of these things, I just wanted to highlight that they're not the focus of the EIR. Like in the main chapters of the analysis, the water quality chapter, the fisheries chapter, the comparison is the project under existing conditions to a baseline of existing conditions. So I kind of wanted to clarify some of that just so that you'll understand when you see the EIR what you're looking at and why it is structured in that way. So that said, we put a lot of effort into modeling the future conditions using the best available modeling tools and considering climate change and sea level rise. So we have a presentation today to talk about it. Andrew Schwartz was not able to be here. He's on leave and unavailable. So he did make a video for you that we'll play first. And then Amardeep Singh is going to talk about how we've incorporated climate change and sea level rise into our modeling runs. So with that, Edmund, I think you are ready to pull that up. I think we can go ahead with the video, Edmund, if it's ready.
We're pulling it up.
Hello, I'm Andrew Schwartz. I'm the State Water Project Climate Action Coordinator within the Department of Water Resources. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you today, either live streaming or in person, but unfortunately for me, I had a vacation plan that wasn't movable. But nonetheless, I wanted to record this message for you to be played at your meeting today and hopefully provide some context on some of the climate change modeling and modeling tools that DWR and the State Water Project use to evaluate climate change impacts to our systems and potential future projects. In looking at some of the questions that the ISB asked of the project, many of them really focus on questions about how extreme flood flow events were modeled with the project and how operations of the project would occur during these extreme events. So I wanted to expound on a little bit the tools that DWR uses for these types of analyses. So we generally use two types of tools, and depending on what type of analysis we're doing, we'd use one or the other. For high flow, low frequency events like floods, we tend to use event-based modeling on very short time durations, down to 15 minutes or an hour usually. And so for many of our flood analyses, and in general, we'll be doing those with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and for flood protection purposes, we use tools that really focus on very short time steps, 15 minutes or an hour, as I said, and run for just a few days of simulation, and usually are based on how an historical large event like the 97 flood passed through the system. And for climate change analysis, we'll often intensify those events by adding a percent enlargement factor to simulate what a future very large event may be. And we can run those flows through the reservoir and operation system down through our channels and check channel capacities and understand where flood flows may exceed system capacity or otherwise threaten lives or property and have other impacts. For water supply, we generally use a much longer period of record, usually about 100 years in the case of most of our calcium runs, and those run on a monthly time step, meaning we evaluate conditions as an average over that full month of record. And most of the analysis done for the Delta Conveyance Project was done with these calcium monthly time series records. I think Amardeep will be able to provide a lot more context on what specifically was done for the Delta Conveyance Project and the modeling for that. You can imagine that it is sometimes difficult to capture the extreme peak that may occur during a very large event that occurs, let's say, during a January, when all of those flows are averaged over, the summed and averaged over the entire month of January. And so our monthly time step models may not capture the extreme peak. However, for water supply, we're generally more concerned, and for system operations on the water supply part of the system, we're generally more concerned with impacts at the lower flow range. And so we definitely want to capture the long memory of the system where we can build up storage, but then go into these drought periods where storage is depleted and we can get these very long flows. And in order to do that and to have accurate simulations of those types of periods, we want to run a very long simulation where we can understand different types of droughts and how different wet and dry periods stack on top of each other to lead to different conditions in the system. And so that's why we've generally focused on that longer period of record for water supply analysis. You can imagine how difficult it would be to run a 100-year sequence at 15-minute increments or even 1-hour increments. It would expand the analysis several hundred-fold over a monthly time step model. Obviously, with climate change, we see that the hydrology of the system is becoming more extreme with larger high flow events and longer dry periods in between those. And so we will be working, and we are working already, to bring those kind of two modeling paradigms together to give us better tools for adapting to climate change and for modeling future conditions and modeling projects that can take advantage of higher short-term flows and help us move those and store those high flows for times of dryness. However, our existing suite of modeling tools really doesn't allow us to simulate both very high extreme flow events in the middle of a very long simulation period. That's not to say that our long simulation period time series that we evaluate and that was used for the Delta Conveyance program doesn't include very high and extreme event flows or very low flows. It does, but it does model those on over a monthly time step and may not capture the highest peak flows over a shorter duration of 3 or 7 days that's often looked at for flood flows. I think that's important context to keep in mind as you have your questions answered and further conversations take place about what kind of climate change analysis was done for this project. Hope that helps, and I look forward to answering more of your questions and having more discussions with you all on this topic in the future. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and now I'd like to introduce Amardeep Singh. He's our modeling lead for the Delta Conveyance Project, and he's going to provide more details about how we've incorporated climate change and sea level rise into our modeling. And here comes the presentation for Amardeep. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, this is Amardeep from Delta Conveyance Office, modeling lead for the project. Next slide, please. So just to kind of provide an overview of how climate change analysis was incorporated into Delta Conveyance EIR. So here, just an overview of big steps that were taken in terms of climate analysis. When we're estimating quantity of water that may be diverted at North Delta intakes for a climate scenario, the steps really are, starting with selection of global climate models and emission scenarios to consider. And from that, those global climate models, we estimate what the future climate conditions would look like, changes in precip and temperature across the model domain. And then, among other things, we estimate, runoff for this future scenario based on changes in precip and temperature that those climate models are predicting. And then once we have all the inputs ready, which are with climate change changes for future, we use Gcm to simulate operations of water management facilities under those future runoff conditions, including North Delta diversions. So this is kind of an overview of the steps that we took to look at climate change analysis. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this, if you go to previous slide, yeah. So this slide here is really overview of the data set development process and also modeling sequence that was used to look at future scenario. Again, I think some of this we went over last time, but we're starting with the global climate model and emission scenarios using downscale data from those projections. We come up with future climate data, which is basically changes in precip and temperature, and that feeds into a hydrologic model, which is WIC in this case that we used. And the output from WIC is essentially used to develop rim inflows. And also at the bottom there, the box at the bottom here is a set of inputs that are needed for Gcm to run. So all those inputs are changed or perturbed based on climate change conditions or projections that are coming from the model, and also the VIC model that we have running hydrologic conditions. And then there's some pre-processing that goes on, including incorporating sea level rise into our calcium model, where we have flow salinity relationships in the calcium ANN, and that are used to make basically water allocation decisions within the model. So just an overview of different steps and data sequences that we used, and definitely the EIR will have more detailed description of each of these steps. So if you go to the next slide. So the step one I talked about was Gcm selection. So we looked at data available for current global climate models. There's 32 models available under CMA 5, and again for 2 different mission scenarios, a total of 64 projections. And for this future scenario at 2040 that we talked about last time for DCP, we used 10 climate models that were recommended by Climate Change Advisory Group CCTAG under 2 emission scenarios, so a total of 20 climate projections. So those were used to generate hydrology at 2040. Next slide. So this is a kind of a step 2, where based on those climate models, we are estimating future temperature and precip changes. So end product of this step is a daily time series for both historic conditions and also future climate change conditions in terms of temperature, minimum maximum temperature, and also precipitation that is expected in the future. So basically the way we do it is that we look at a historical reference period, and also a future 30-year period, which was 2040 in this case. And then we use the technique which is quantile mapping. So this method has been used in a lot of previous studies, so it's not something that's new for this analysis, including WaterFix, Water Storage Improvement Program, Sigma, and other studies. Similar approach was used. So essentially, based on these climate model projections, we do a quantile mapping for both future and historical period climate model results. And then we come up with basically change factors for each of those quantiles that are projected by these 2 distribution functions. And then what that does is that gives us basically the change factors for future conditions. So we basically change the historical data, daily data, and map these changes, either precipitation or temperature, and come up with a daily time series of both historic and future time series for the period of interest. If you go to the next slide. So once we have this future climate variables, we're basically looking at precipitation changes and minimum and maximum temperatures. We use, among other things, a hydrological model, WIC model, that essentially takes that input and gives us total surface runoff, base flow, water evaporation, and potential evaporation variables for future. So again, this model is run on a daily time step. So we have 2 simulations, one representing the historical climate conditions that was based on temperature and precip on historical data, and then also one for the future condition that takes into account projected changes in precip and temperature in future. So once we have these outputs from WIC or hydrology model for both historical and future, We look at those changes, for precip, it will be kind of ratio of future versus historical. For temperature, it will be absolute changes. And we apply those changes to different calcium inflow conditions or boundary conditions. So, for example, we have these boundary rim flows in calcium. So we have historical information, and based on this width modeling, the changes that are projected, we translate those changes into inputs for calcium for future scenario. So that's just one of the inputs. There is multiple inputs that we change and that take into account what models, global models are telling us in terms of future climate changes. If you go to the next slide. So once we have all this, climate data and also inputs that are needed to run calcium, we basically do a continuous simulation of calcium, but right now calcium 3 is water year 23 to 2015. And each monthly time step, calcium is making decisions on how best to allocate available water, and depending on different priorities and constraints in the system. And calcium is operating a system of reservoirs, channels, and diversions, including the proposed intakes to meet these competing demands and all the regulatory and contractual obligations. So this is kind of an overview of how we take climate models and then translate that into different inputs that are needed to run the calcium, taking into account the changes that are projected in runoff, temperature, precip. And a lot of the data starts at a daily time step, but for calcium, we do aggregate that in terms of inputs on a monthly time step. If we go to the next step, in addition to, although calcium is a monthly model, time step model, but similar to previous version of this project, within calcium, we do represent sub-monthly flow variability, especially in early winter. So we have a daily mapping that we do, especially when we're looking at Fremont wear, Sacramento wear, and also North Delta diversion intakes. So based on those monthly inputs, and we look at historical daily patterns, there we do a daily mapping for both existing and future conditions. And then essentially in terms of, say, for example, North Delta diversions, those decisions or allowable diversions are being calculated on a daily basis, and then we aggregate that on monthly time step for within the model. So we do have this sub-monthly disaggregation within the model for weir overflows and also North Delta intakes that looks at daily patterns and tries to essentially make those decisions on a daily basis and then combine them monthly later on. Next slide. So I think there were some questions on temporal and spatial resolution of water quality constituents. DSM-2 is our primary tool for quantitative assessment of delta water quality. DSM-2, the way in planning mode it works is that it takes input from calcium-3, which is a monthly data, but it does simulate delta hydrodynamics and tidal effects and also water quality in a 15-minute time step for the water years 1923 and 2015. So basically, it does take monthly averages from calcium, but it is running that for tidal effects on a 15-minute time step. And the results are typically aggregated daily or monthly for analysis in the EIR. If you go to the next slide. So this is just a kind of a snapshot of in the EIR. We can extract basically output at any location within the Delta DSM-2 model, but for the EIR, These are the locations that were assessed using the DSM-2 model. So just an overview of, I think there was a question in terms of what's the spatial assessment location. So this is different export areas and points of compliance that are indicated here, and for the Delta and also Sassoon Marsh. If you go to the next slide. So for temperature modeling, we are using DSM-2 Sql temperature model, and in the EIR, you'll see daily temperature exceedance plots with the project and with all the alternatives. And these are the locations that we are presenting data. Again, these were a temperature assessment, supports the qualitative discussions for cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. So a lot of these locations were based on hotspots in the Delta where we had those issues. Go to the next slide. So, the question about salinity management and DCP diversions. So, with climate change and assuming current regulatory requirements, water needed to meet, maintain Delta salinity is expected to increase with sea level rise. Total exports at State Water Project are expected to decrease with climate change, hydrology and sea level rise. But DCP does provide this additional capacity to capture surplus flow during winter months, even with this climate change where we have hydrologic extremes becoming more common. Additional capacity does provide opportunities to capture those surplus flows while meeting other requirements. And then the project definitely also provides flexibility to operators to use new intakes in conjunction with existing facilities to manage salinity in the Delta, especially in summer and fall period. The operators have option to shift diversion from south to north to manage salinity in the Delta. Next slide. So just a quick overview on some of the proposed DCP operations and the science and data behind it. With DCP, we did explore opportunities to refine and revisit California water fix criteria for North Delta diversions. Looking at updated data and science that is available. It is a different project compared to water fix. It's a smaller, 6,000 CFS compared to 9,000 CFS capacity. And then also the regulatory baseline is also different, which is based on new biological opinions and also 2020 incidental take permit for State Water Project. So, the proposed criteria, we looked at some essentially a screening analysis, looking at Perry's model, which looks at flow survival relationships and also other scientific data to evaluate these criteria that we have. And we've been discussing, the proposed criteria with weekly coordination meetings with the fish agency staff. So this is basically background on proposed operations, how they were developed, and the science and data behind it. If you go to the next slide. Next couple of slides are just kind of talking about existing decision framework in terms of real-time decisions. So DWR operators October through June during fisheries concern period are looking at weekly hydrology flows and also operations, and coming up with weekly plans. And these assessments or their risk assessment that are being done and in coordination with salmon monitoring team and also smelt monitoring teams, and they are coming over the decisions in terms of operations and working through water operations management team. Those decisions are made, and then operators schedule in accordance with those weekly decisions based on forecasted flows, water quality in the delta, and other regulatory requirements. So this is existing framework that we already have. And if you go to the next slide, it is expected that once the project becomes in line, North Delta Diversions planning process on weekly and daily basis will be incorporated into existing process. There's different criteria that we have for North Delta Diversions and a pulse protection period, where we are looking at fish movement across the intakes, and a lot of those decisions to trigger that protection is right now based on Buckman slough flows. There are also bypass flow requirements, which is a flow remaining in the Sacramento River after the diversions, and these flows are essentially expected to be measured at 3-day average and tidal averages. So in terms of diversions, there is bypass flow criteria dictate how much we can divert, and also pulse protection period. There are instantaneous sweeping and approach velocity requirements to minimize near field effects near the screens. So all these requirements will be incorporated into weekly planning and daily scheduling by the operators, and at the bottom there is some of the information that will be considered to make those decisions. If you go to the next slide, there's definitely fish considerations for NDD operations. Looking at fish migration, monitoring and presence that will be reported and reviewed weekly by the monitoring teams. The project does provide opportunities to flexibility to shift from south to north, but in terms of fisheries protection, there are definitely trade-offs shifting from south to north. So that is something not we are at least not proposing to do that, but it definitely depending on some real-time situation that operators do have that flexibility if needed in coordination with fish agencies. Other thing is that fish-based real-time operational adjustments will be studied and developed through adaptive management plans. So basically, once the project is in line, there will be studies looking at changing information, any gaps that we might have, and those changes could be incorporated as needed. Next slide. So I think back to you, Carrie.
Thanks, Amardeep. So Amardeep talked a bit about real-time management approach and adaptive management approach, both of which will be used during operation of the Delta Conveyance Project to adjust and address incoming data and science. But I also wanted to mention sort of the future of the permitting process. So in the future, because the Delta Conveyance Project would be part of the State Water Project, it would be a part of any future long-term operations consultation processes that may occur. So the long-term operations biological opinions and incidental take permit have conditions for when reconsultation needs to occur, as well as sometimes the agencies determine that it's appropriate. And as part of that, there would be additional new science, models continue to evolve, new modeling would be used to develop that. So Delta Conveyance would be rolled into that ongoing permitting effort in the future to accommodate that change in conditions from a permitting perspective as well. So the last question that we received, I wanted to talk a little bit about our purpose and objectives. We got a question that was focused on fish, particularly, it did talk about what we're doing to avoid impacts to fish, which Amardeep talked a little bit about the operational criteria we developed. And the other side of that is sort of tied to fish impacts and mitigation. That's really an EIR results topic that will be included in the draft EIR. But the other side of that was how we could benefit fish. And I think I wanted to talk a little bit about the objectives of this project, because I think some of this may be a little confusing from BDCP. So in BDCP, the protecting fish was a part of the project objectives. And as it moved forward and split into Eco-Restore and California Water Fix was more focused on the water supply side, and Eco-Restore was more focused on the restoration side. And so now as BWR, we have many projects, a suite of projects that help benefit fish and restore habitat. But this project doesn't have that restoration and benefit component as part of our project objectives. You know, DWR has a suite of projects. This is just one of them, but this one is focused on it's a water supply reliability and climate adaptation project. So if you look at our project objectives, it really is focused on developing new facilities, modernizing facilities to restore and protect the reliability of state water project deliveries, and addressing the objectives about sea level rise and climate change, minimize water supply disruption due to seismic risk, protect water supply reliability, and provide operational flexibility to improve aquatic conditions. So I think with that, we have reached the end of the slides. I think our last slide, if you want to move forward, is just a ways to stay informed slide that we usually conclude with in case people want more information. But with that, Dr. Brandt, we can come back to you for questions.
Okay, thanks for those very informative presentations. Of course, my last question is any update on the status of when the EIR would be released to us?
No, there are a lot of details that we need in order to get a date. So we're getting close, but I don't have a date. I'm sorry.
So it's still midsummer-ish, still sort of in the words being used?
Hopefully soon is all I can really get to at the moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the reason I keep pushing, not because we're anxious to view this, but I think it's because that we have an August face-to-face meeting in I think it's 11th and 12th, sort of that time frame, and a significant part of that meeting is going to be to dive into the details of the review if we have it in hand. If we don't, then we have different objectives for that meeting. So that's why we're sort of, are we going to have it or not by then, kind of thing. Okay, let's move on to questions. Tom?
I have a question on the pathways. If I understood the comment, you just considered 2 pathways in modeling future climates. Is that right? And then I'll have a follow-up question.
Hey, Amardeep, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question when you say pathways? I'm not sure what you.
The representative concentration pathways that are in.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we did. So basically, the models that CCTAG recommended under selected from CMIP 5. So there's 10 models under 2 emission scenarios. Yes.
Okay. Well, my question then is what the scenarios were, and my concern is California actually has its own goals that would be the equivalent of a pathway. And did you try and model that? That would, of course, assume the world adopted the California approach. But what were the pathways that you used? And well, let me stop there.
Yeah, I think you're on mute again.
Sorry. So high emission scenarios and low emission scenarios for RCPs. And then, yeah, we didn't consider any California specific. So a lot of it was the data that's currently available to do this analysis, and basically consistent with a lot of studies that we've done previously.
Okay, and you used pathways from assessment report 5, not the new ones in assessment report 6.
Yeah, not the new ones. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Virginia.
So as I understand it, these models don't include changes in fire intensity or extent or in suburban or urban development. Is that correct?
So yeah, definitely not fires. Yeah. We don't have that in our analysis right now.
Okay, and no urban development or anything like that, changing from.
So we do have, land use changes, for 2040 into our modeling, so.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jay.
I'm going to not release mute. Two questions. One, a very simple one. Will the modeling and the model data sets and the models be released publicly along with the EIR?
So Carrie, yeah, I think the answer is yes. Yeah.
Yes.
The full modeling data sets for inputs and outputs for all the model runs?
Yeah,
I think that will be a request-based thing, just because it's hard to share that in a way on our website that we can. But if people are interested, they can request it and we'll share it.
Okay. And then in terms of water supply reliability, how are you assessing that? Because that's one of the objectives, is to improve water supply reliability. And having just written a report on the subject, I'm curious how you actually assessed it. What metrics did you use?
So I'm thinking, so again, because our objective in this report, in the draft EIR, is really focused on meeting Sql requirements, it's an interesting thing that it's less focused perhaps on quantifying how we meet our objectives than it is on whether this project has the potential to have potentially significant environmental impacts. So we do have a discussion of water supply. It is extra CEQA, as we were talking about earlier, that it is not a CEQA requirement. It's something we're including because we wanted decision makers to have that information. The main body of the chapter, again, looks at changes in supplies to users throughout the system based on calcium under current conditions. And then we have an appendix that looks at future conditions based on the climate change and sea level rise approach that Amardeep outlined.
So this would be looking at changes in Delta export supplies, I suppose, exclusively, and not looking at what the service people in the service areas might do to adapt to those changes in supplies, I presume.
So it doesn't just look at Delta exports, but it does not, for example, include the idea that the service areas would reduce demand in a way that would reduce the need for exports. That piece is usually the other way around, that those actions are being taken in the export area in part in response to the decreased export.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
My question is related to understanding in your presentation, Amardeep, which I greatly appreciate, talked about historical conditions from 1981 to 2010. And then in the previous conversation, in terms of the regulatory context for this environmental assessment, we were explained about current conditions as the standard in terms of change relative to current conditions. So is the period 1981 to 2010 considered to represent current conditions, or is that historical conditions? And how are, I just want to sort of figure out these time frames that we're talking about. So thank you for answering this.
Yeah, so essentially that period, that you're mentioning, 81 to 2010, was a historical reference period that was used for the climate model. And then we looked at the future condition at 2040 and essentially looked at the projected changes compared to that reference period. And whatever those changes were, those were overlaid to the historical data from 1923 to 2015.
Can I add something as a non-modeler, and Amardeep can tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong on this, but I think that this does generate a fair amount of confusion because we look at a historical period of record for the precipitation, but that's generally an input into the hydrologic model, and it is then used to run through current conditions. So, in the 20s, a lot of the reservoirs and diversions didn't exist the way they do today. So it's not looking at conditions in the 20s, it's looking at the precipitation from that year applied to current conditions.
But to clarify, the current conditions include the current configuration of all the reservoirs and such.
Correct.
Can I just ask a little follow-up? How was that period selected? Is that considered average years? Does it include extreme years?
So that period was essentially looked at with the data that is available, downscale data that is available. And it's, NOAA comes up with this historical reference period, 30-year period. So that is basically aligns with that.
Okay, I guess Bob.
Thanks, Dave. I think I have a series of what I would consider to be rather pragmatic questions that relate to fish habitat and water quality constituents. And my first series of questions, let's talk about fish or relate to fish. When you say that fish conditions for fish are going to be improved, I'm not sure how. Perhaps you could elaborate on that. And also, when you say fish, that includes a wide variety of species. And I can only assume that you're lumping in carp and salmon and everything into this. And it's also not clear whether you're talking about carrying capacity or productivity or survivorship and so forth. So just saying you're going to improve conditions for fish leaves me greatly confused. So perhaps you could elaborate on that a bit with more specifics.
So I can start with that. I was trying to explain a bit of this with the last slide, that really our objective isn't to improve conditions for fish. Our objective is to improve operational flexibility. And if that can be applied to improve conditions for fish, we would consider it. But as Amardeep mentioned, that's not necessarily the focus of the project. It's more something that we can explore during adaptive management and real-time management if the fishery agencies think it is useful. It's a tool that we have in the toolbox. But I think we're not trying to take credit for benefiting fish. There are a great number of projects at DWR that are. We really are focused quite a bit right now on restoration and benefiting fish. But this project is a water supply reliability and climate adaptation project.
Okay, great, thank you. Second question relates to habitat. If you're, taking flow off the top, off of the high flows, how will that impact geomorphic features of the river that are usually formed during high flows, as well as the creation and the maintenance of wetlands? Is there any estimate of how much in the way of, say, wetland vitality will be impacted by removing high flows?
So we do look at, I can't get too much into results in the EIR today because that is something that's still pending. So there are analyses in the EIR. I do want to highlight that the areas that have reduced flows are pretty small in the system because we are not looking at changes in flows upstream of the diversion. It's really downstream in an area that's pretty tidally influenced. So the changes are perhaps not as great as it would be if, for example, we were changing flows dramatically on the Sacramento River system. So it's a smaller area.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And then finally, it wasn't clear to me what the water quality constituents were. Could you identify those? Which ones were used in the models?
So Amardeep may have a more comprehensive answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think today's focus was mostly questions that were on temperature and EC, but I think in our last presentation, we talked about the different constituents where we're looking at both quantitative and qualitative assessments. So, for quantitative, we had EC, organic carbon, boron, mercury, methyl mercury, selenium, bromide, and chloride. So a lot of these are mostly coming from DSM-2 and some other models. And there's also qualitative assessment looking at dissolved oxygen, nutrients, pesticides, trace metals, turbidity, and cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. So that's a list of constituents that we have in the EIR. We went through a big screening process that we talked about last time, where the initial step was we started with like over 450 water quality constituents and then narrowed it down based on either 303 listings or concerns or public comments or any standards that are out there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Lisa, another question?
Yeah, and mine will segue from Bob's, but first let me just say I really appreciate this presentation. It's really addressed a lot of my questions, and it's also really clear, Amardeep, that you've done a lot of really careful, thoughtful modeling, and we really appreciate what's gone into all this. But as you know, scientists will never think models are good enough. So, let me just, I have so many questions, but I'm going to boil it down to two. And the first one segues from Bob, which is when we asked about, what was the spatial representation of water quality conditions, you produced a list of stations. And what I'm curious about is, are you doing any sort of analysis of the percent of habitat affected by, let's say, adverse conditions or something like that? Because as you know, it matters to fish whether all the habitat's stressed or just some of the habitat is stressed. So are you capturing that in any way?
So say I'm not sure about that. I don't know, Carrie, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Amardeep and I are not the right people to answer that. We do have a fish modeling team that's done quite a bit of modeling analysis, but this is a smaller group today, and I don't have those folks on the line.
That's fine. And then this question is really simple. When you talked about the flow requirements being a constraint on the operations, did that include energy needs and salinity management?
When you say yes, salinity management, definitely, in terms of within calcium, any regulatory requirements, that are there under D1641 or other regulations, those are taken into account. So the model is making decisions, making sure we are meeting those requirements. Well, we have these bypass flow criteria that gives you maximum that could be allowed, but then model looks at other constraints and tries to meet those constraints before coming up with diversions.
Okay, thanks. I just thought of my third question, which now I really want to ask too. It had to do with the volume, the VIC calculations. We heard last time that there's been a dramatic change in the runoff generated because of these extended droughts. Do you think the model captures that?
So yeah, definitely. In terms of the models that we selected, like I mentioned, that were based on CC tag recommendation of 10 model projections and 2 emission scenarios. So going back, I think just to clarify the pathways, it was 4.5 and 8.5, just to clarify on that. But yeah, so the scenario that we're looking at based on these models, does show a seasonal shift in runoff. During wintertime, we are seeing higher flows and later part of the year, a decreased runoff. So a lot of these models are being, like WIC model is being run based on daily changes in precip and temperature. So that does take into account what the models are indicating.
Thanks.
Okay, Tom.
Carrie, I think my question is for you. In your introduction, you mentioned that Sql requires assessing the impact of a project on climate. And we've been talking primarily, of course, about the impact of climate on the project here. What were the conclusions about the impact of the project on climate?
So I think Andrew gave a more comprehensive explanation of that during our last meeting. So I'll try to summarize quickly that generally the operations of the project are part of DWR's climate action plan, and they've been incorporated into that. And we are sort of mitigating for that on the whole. So the focus really is on how to address and mitigate impacts associated with construction. And there we have a target that we would have a 0 net increase. And so we're mitigating for the potential greenhouse gas emissions through reductions, avoidance, and offsets where needed.
Okay, and does the estimate of, say, emissions that are generated include the manufacturing of cement for the project and that kind of stuff?
I'd have to check, but it's a pretty comprehensive calculation of how those things are developed, but I don't know specifically about the manufacture of cement.
But there will be tables in there that will be able to.
There is a detailed modeling appendix for the air quality and greenhouse gas emissions that does document that, yes.
Oh, so it's in the appendix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will say it's about a 3,000-page air quality and greenhouse gas modeling appendix, but yeah, there's a pretty detailed summary in there.
Okay, is there an executive summary?
Of the appendix? I don't know.
Okay, Jay.
Thanks. The presentation seems to indicate that the analysis is done for the year 2040. Was any modeling done further out than that?
So yeah, there's no, in terms of main analysis, it is 2040. We did look at also some schism modeling, looking at different projections of sea level rise, all the way up to 10 feet. So that was mostly looking at salinity in the delta, and also making sure that location of intakes, the water is still fresh under high sea level rise. So that those projections go out further out than 2040. Then also there will be appendix talking about 2070 results. Most of it is qualitative, and it is because there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of the assumptions that we can make at 2070. So there is a qualitative discussion of what things might look like at 2070 with the project.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was a little bit worried with 2040 because I'm not sure DWR contracting will be that fast.
Yeah, I will say that the 2040 assumptions are pretty conservative. We have included more sea level rise than other similar studies, and we have looked at conditions. So while it is 2040, it does, I think if you look at the probability of when that would occur, it may be later in the century.
I'm glad to see the wider range of sea level rises that you're examining, because I think that'll be very interesting. And it's always difficult to predict the future, even with bigger models. So thank you very much.
Okay, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation and for answering all of our questions as well. It's been really helpful. I have just a couple questions. I guess I wanted to go back to kind of the demand side components of the modeling, and you mentioned land use changes. Can you just talk a little bit more about what the extent of the land use data is that feeds into that model, and that goes to 2040, I'm assuming, and does that take into account changes to agricultural demands or agricultural land use for water? How is that being incorporated? Oh, you're on mute, Amardeep.
Sorry. So in terms of the land use data, within calcium, there is a tool called Calcium Hydro that looks at essentially valley floor hydrology. So that is where we're changing land use. So for future condition, it is based on 2040 land use. I think it's a California Water Plan information that was used on that. In terms of Delta land use, it is still the same as existing conditions. We didn't make any changes to that.
Okay. So does that incorporate changes to agricultural demands outside of the Delta, I guess? Is that part of the land use change, or is it more about population dynamics in that land use changing?
So a lot of those changes are within, when you say within the model domain, so it's not outside.
Okay. So my second question then is, this is more of a kind of a bigger picture question and trying to understand how the EIR is structured, but to what extent, I guess, are the modeling results on water supply and the operations integrated within the other assessments within the chapters of the EIR that are looking at other impacts? So how is everything kind of synced up in the EIR?
So the draft EIR looks at modeling results, again, under existing conditions for a suite of resources that I sort of generally refer to as water related. So, there are ones that are clearly water related, but then, fisheries uses quite a bit of modeling results, as well as building on the CalCIM model results by using a suite of additional tools, water quality, groundwater, and then there are some that use groundwater or use modeling results, even though they're sort of even less connected. So I'm trying to think of a good example. For example, I think, actually, I'm not sure I'm going to say one that's right, so I don't want to say it offhand, but generally, any of the resources that could be affected by changes in water systems usually cite some of the modeling results, or cite a chapter, incorporate a reference to a chapter that explains an issue and then builds on that. But there are a lot of modeling results in the EIR for existing conditions. The 2040 conditions are in an appendix.
Good, Ann.
So just to clarify, which period of time is considered to be existing conditions?
So under CEQA, existing conditions are established at the time of the notice of preparation, which we issued in January of 2020.
Okay, so the existing condition in terms of precipitation and flows and all that were for the year 2020?
So we use the range of precipitation, the historic range of precipitation, to demonstrate the hydrologic conditions that could occur under in the longer term, but we use the facilities and operational regime and the parameters of operating the system that were in place in January 2020.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions from the board members? Jay.
You mentioned that this document is, of course, the EIR. When will the EIS be coming out that would require some different kinds of information?
That is also a good question that I can't really answer. After the EIR, but I don't have a date for that either. So the idea is that we're trying to overlap the review periods, but the Corps of Engineers, I think I mentioned this before, they're not a project proponent, they're a regulatory agency. So I wouldn't say we're sort of in a partnership on this as much as they're reviewing this as part of their permitting process. So as a collaboration, we are trying to get these out or to have overlapping review periods so that we can make this easier for reviewers to the extent we can, although I know that 2 documents is a challenge regardless. But I don't have a date from them either after the EIR.
Because a lot of the, if this document is very narrowly constrained, a lot of the scientific information that would be useful for evaluating the project and public discourse appears like it will probably be more in the EIS than in the EIR.
So I think a couple of notes about the EIS. They have pretty strong page limits and directives to keep it short and concise. So as a result, they have done quite a bit of referencing to the EIR, is my understanding. So we do have a lot of information that is relevant either in the main body or the appendices, and that is a place that they refer to as part of that development.
Thank you. That should help. I'm just fearful that we will have to review both of these documents. I think we probably will end up reviewing both documents.
I think that I would certainly encourage everyone to look at both of them. I think, though, that there will not likely be a substantial amount of new and additional content in the EIS that is not in the EIR and appendices.
Great, thank you. That's reassuring.
There will be some. I don't want to say there's nothing, but it's not going to be a huge new hurdle.
Thanks.
Any other questions? So before we go to public comment, Carrie, I know you get asked, when is this coming out? Probably 100 times a day. So, you know, in the interest of us trying to plan our lives, what is the process for the release of this document? Is it going to just magically appear someday and that's the day that it's the 90-day period starts, or will there be a pre-announcement that it's coming out on such and such a date?
We will not have a pre-announcement. So we will be posting it on our website. We'll send an email to our e-blast list to let everyone know it's there. And then we'll have a suite of additional notification processes. We'll be sending out mailings, I think, to about 15,000 people in the area of the facilities. We're posting legal notices in a suite of papers. We're posting flyers, like physical flyers throughout the Delta. We're sending the document to libraries. So there's a notification process, but it comes after the document is posted.
And the day of the posting is the start of the 90-day period?
Yes.
Okay, Laurel, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a question, and I'll first of all just apologize. I had to step out between 10 and 10:30 for another obligation. So cut me off if this question has been asked. But from the first part of the presentation, in which Vic was being presented, I was just curious to learn whether and how the variable infiltration capacity model has been calibrated for the Delta watershed.
So, I mean, I don't have information readily available on that, but we can definitely follow up on that. But I know that the model has been used widely for different analysis in the Delta previously also.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I am very curious about the answer to that question. And then if I may, I did have one more question. It's just something I've been curious about, but you know, I've been thinking about some of the other intakes in the Delta that are to the north of the Clifton Court forebay. So the Rock Slough intake and Barker Slough pumping plant. And I'm wondering if your analyses looked at how the operations of those intakes might be impacted by the Delta conveyance.
So yeah, so in terms of our analysis, yeah, we are looking at overall Delta operations and different export locations and how that will affect water quality and supply there.
Okay, so that will be in the EIR.
I think I want to be careful about that, and Amardeep, maybe you can provide a little bit more information, but I did want to just mention that other sort of non-project Delta diversions are considered in CalSIM to be met before we could divert regardless. So it's sort of a systemic piece that has to be satisfied. And Amardeep, if you could confirm that as the modeling brain here, that would be good.
Yeah, definitely. I think the way we are modeling DCP is that within CalSIM, it's a cycle after existing facilities are run, and then DCP is turned on.
Thank you so much.
Before we go to public comment, Laurel, if we're ahead of schedule, are you free to go before lunch? Okay, thank you. Edmund, any public comments on this topic?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have been given the permission to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, so as a bit of background, I spent about, the water fix hearing went for 2 years from 2016 to 2018. And I spent about 6,000 hours during that time on the hearing, not only testifying and working with other witnesses on testifying, but also on doing cross-examination of all the other technical witnesses to clarify technical issues. And I was told by one of the attorneys in the hearing that he thought that of all the people involved in the hearing, I had the most comprehensive understanding of the issues. I wanted to outline the known major areas of controversy on the last project, and I'm only going to be able to talk about them briefly. I've also asked the chairs for information on how I might have more time than a 3-minute public comment period to provide information on these areas to the ISB, because I think it's pretty important you get the full picture. So the most controversial area was the modeling of the performance of the North Delta intakes under sea level rise. It did not adequately consider island flooding in the North Delta. And there was a draft staff finding that DWR did not use best available science based on my comments in the Delta Plan consistency hearing for the project. There were also controversies. There's area of origin projections in statute that the Delta should not be provided, deprived of water needed for beneficial uses. But the modeling of the use of intakes under high sea level rise assumed that the project would switch to North Delta intakes whenever EC was above 1,000 microsiemens. This is something that's disguised by only modeling the project of 2040. There was changes in hydrology. DWR used the central tendency quintile for water supply projections rather than the worst case warmer, drier quintile. And this disguised risk. Reservoir operations, the calcium 2 modeling had showed draining reservoirs to near dead pool and droughts. This was a major concern for, I'd like to finish my list if that's okay. It's just a little bit more. It showed draining the reservoirs to near dead pool and droughts. DWR's modelers testified in the water fix hearing that this was didn't actually represent what would actually happen, but we're seeing differently in 2021 and 2022. The reservoirs are being drawn to dead pool. The calcium 2 model has known issues with creating magic water that simply isn't there in dry and critically dry years. DWR refused to provide calibration and testing information for the model's performance in dry and critically dry years. And modifiers testified in the hearing that the model could nevertheless be used in relative mode. That's been shown to be an issue this year because the calcium model projections are of water supply are way off. The North Delta intake design used tidal averages for sweeping velocity rather than instantaneous flows. DWR has also failed to do the field studies recommended by the fish agencies and the recommended modeling of performance of the North Delta intake design. There was also a reliance entirely on projections under the Endangered Species Act for bypass flows. And I testified in the water fix hearing that we can assume that those species would still be there under long-term operation. The Delta Reform Act requires that the water board include appropriate Delta flow criteria in the order approving a change in point of diversion. In the water fix hearing, DWR proposed no flow criteria in the order approving the change in point of diversion, but just compliance with decision 1641, the current water quality control plan. The environmental and fishing groups strongly contested the use of the degraded baseline conditions of decision 1641 for proposed operations, and that said that the DWR had failed to provide adequate information for the water board's weighing of the public trust in determination of appropriate delta flow criteria for inclusion in the order approving the change in point of diversion. And finally, there was concern of failure to consider effects on the phytoplankton, harmful algal blooms, and also on Susan. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Deidre, and again for everyone, for extended public comments. Of course, we welcome written comments as well, which are always posted at our meetings. Any other public comments, Edmund?
There are no additional public comments.
Okay, again, want to thank Carrie and Amardeep for taking time out of your busy schedules to come here and give us some more in-depth discussion of the modeling. And it's been very, very helpful and very insightful. And I shouldn't say this, but we are looking forward to seeing the EIR in certain ways. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Sure. I'm going to do a time check here. We're just a little bit ahead of schedule, not much. We're scheduled for a 15-minute break, so I'm going to suggest we break until 2 minutes after 11, 3 minutes after 11, roughly, and 11:05. Let's make it Pacific time. We'll come back and talk about our work plan, and if we get through that, we'll come back and have Laurel give her presentation. For this afternoon, I might be shifting when we discuss the guidelines because that requires a vote, and I know that Virginia will be likely gone during its scheduled time, so we'll move that later in the schedule. So with that, we'll take a 15-minute break. We okay to start?
We are broadcasting and recording, Chair Brandt.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 5, which is to discuss our work plan for the Delta Conveyance Project. And I realize this is a challenge because we're trying to talk about how we're going to review something we don't have a lot of information on. And we'd like to break this up into sort of 2 components. And one is to I guess an open discussion of our timeline and look at a template and stuff like that. And I think Jay will lead that discussion, and then talk a little bit more about the, after that's over, about the draft chapter assignments and what the next steps are and what we might be able to do, if anything, between now and when we get the announcement it's been released. And frankly, what we should do immediately after it's released as well. So Jay, do you want to lead the discussion on some of your ideas about timelines and templates? You're on mute.
I'm on mute, but you should still be able to hear me.
Now we can, yeah.
One thing that throws a monkey wrench in what I was thinking and what you have in the document is that the EIR and the EIS have become separated. The EIR and the EIS, as she reminded us today, Carrie reminded us today, can have somewhat different content in them. And I'm thinking that because they seem to be narrowly scoping the R, which is a state required document, to Sql requirements, that it might not contain much of the information that an EIS would contain in terms of comparisons of alternatives, performance comparisons of alternatives. And so we probably should review both documents. And if they release both of them up at nearly the same time, then that's gonna further be a challenge to us. We might want to think about whether we want to have a combined review of the two documents, even though the two documents are submitted separately, because I think for much of our audience, they just care about the scientific basis for the overall assessment, the overall comparative assessment of the alternatives. So anyway, onto the timeline. So we have a nominally 90-day review period for these documents. So I was thinking just, okay, you have 90 days. That's 90 days for us to approve a response, our set of comments. And so starting off from the 90 days at the end, where we approve our review document, I tend to think we probably ought to have about 60 days. At day 60, we'd have an initial draft of the report and the appendix with our chapter reviews, because we have to have public notices on our votes and all that kind of stuff. So we really have to have our review essentially completed within 60 days. And it takes some time from our compilation of our individual reviews of however many, each dozen or so chapters that each of us is going to have to review. It'll take us probably 10 days or so just to assemble themes from that into a draft report. And that really leaves us about 30 to 40 days to do our preliminary chapter reviews and initial discussions. So we really have about 30 to 40 days for the detailed work of reviewing the individual chapters. How does that sound? Scary enough?
Well, let me comment on the first thing you said about EIR, EIS. And I know it's hard to make any decisions until we see them, but I think they are a little bit different documents, a little bit different focus areas. And I think if we do write our review, if we do both of them, we should make sure we have distinct comments that go to the EIR and distinct comments to go to EIS. If we say they both are bad here, they both are good here, and start comparing, I think we want to have comments going to the EIR people relative to the EIR document, and then same with the EIS, and we can.
Yeah, this is something for us to think about. I don't know
yeah.
that before we see the documents, I don't want to get too far into it, but
Right.
just to give it a little bit of malice of forethought on our part.
I don't remember last time we had EIR, EIS separated, right?
It was a combined document.
Combined document, yes.
Water fix, right?
And this time you have shrunk it so few paragraphs, which is easier to write than last time 1 page or 2 pages max. So this will be difficult to write, but it's in the same sense, it's kind of concise and compact to discuss.
I hope so. So that's just the general timeline. That the details of how we would do this, because we have 10 different people reviewing technical documents. Each of us will have our own habits on this, but maybe to make it easier to sew it all together, there's a couple of ideas for a template. The first one is very simple. I took what we produced for the Delta Water Fix and BDCP chapter reviews and extracted what we had in those documents. And so here's what one of them looks like. We have sort of boilerplate of the chapter, the lead reviewers, and then the date of the comments, and then our overall assessment. Keep that fairly concise and readable, and then major comments, lesser comments, and references, and any appendix materials. I'm sure many of you will want to be doing calculations, reproducing their water supply reliability estimates, as I will be doing, but we obviously can't do this for all chapters, but only for a few things that we get moved to work on. And then I'd also suggested in our drafts, we might have some supplementary comments separate from the chapter comments that might be useful for later discussion. And then based on another template that we tried to use, we explored in our previous rounds of Delta Conveyance EIR EISs. Here's a little different template idea. A lot of the same front boilerplate, but then have it have some particular issues on construction impacts, operations impacts, issues for comparative analysis of alternatives. Is the scientific approach robust? How does this chapter fit in with adaptive management? And then major points from the chapter review, which I guess would also be in the summary, I would hope. So those are a couple of templates, and then there's a list of potential questions that we might consider to help guide our chapter reviews on the second page that I won't read through, but unless you force me. I do remember for the first BDCP chapter reviews, we had some discussions about a template, and I think at the time I proposed a very elaborate template, and then in the end, we actually used something very simple, which was probably merciful for everybody.
So what about a combination of these? Because you've got some good points. I'm thinking you could start with the simple template, and then for those topics under the second one that fit under major comments, put them in. We don't have to put all of them in, number 2 through 7. If they fit, put them in.
That's fine, and we can use sort of these guiding questions or any set of guiding questions as something to keep in mind as we write whatever template we decide to fill in.
Yeah, I had a very similar thought to Virginia's, which is just those questions could be the content of the summary of the review essentially. So, but yeah, I think these are great questions, and I think we're not limited to these questions, but there's some things to just make sure we don't forget as we assess the robustness of the science.
But I think from my experience in watching 10 people struggle with this kind of review in the past, we each have our own differently excellent ways of reviewing documents and making them all fit a common readable documented format so that we can abstract from that some major conclusions and findings. Or it's helpful to have a little malice of forethought on that, and we will never be able to constrain ourselves to fit exactly into a common template unless it's probably overly simple.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree completely, Jay, especially as someone who's probably going to be heavily involved in synthesizing and making this a coherent document. I appreciate what you're getting at, but I think if we can just lay out, if we can just all agree that it's most important to comment on the things that have a big impact on scarce resources, and just try to really get people to focus on where does the rubber meet the road, rather than nitpicking every little detail. I think that may just be the key to making making our way through this extremely long and complex document.
I think it's really important for people to realize that that summary statement that we have for each chapter is probably the most important. And we might have several pages of comments on a chapter, but having a readable summary is probably the most important thing, which was the comment that we made, critical comment we made on the EIR, EIS documents that we were reviewing, is the importance of summaries.
So I have a general question, because the way I review things, and as my history as an editor, I can't help but edit as I go because I need to edit, so I make sure I read it right. So,
I'm the same way.
Okay, so
I have the same disease.
Yeah, well, you know, they aren't major comments, but they're just clarity sort of things. If we receive these things in Word files, and if we provide that, it's not really for the whole committee to consider. They're just editorial suggestions. Is that useful to the council? And can we do that, or what's the process for that?
I don't know that. I mean, I'm also compelled to do those kinds of things, but I don't always inflict them on other people afterwards. So we could choose it as we like to forward on the editorial comments. Some of the editorial comments might be sufficiently strong on our part that we want to include them in the comments. If we send them a pile of editorial comments, I'm not sure that, you know, maybe some of the people will see them in revising the chapters of the final document, but.
So maybe we could look at the history. I know in BDCP we had this same conversation, and there were people who wanted to edit some of the chapters, and they were allowed to do so and submit those. I just do not remember if they were submitted as part of one of our appendices as detailed comments, or if they were individually submitted to the authors as here are some things to consider. We did do them, and those were submitted, and we can find out how exactly we submitted those the last time, and I think that would be a reasonable approach to take.
My recollection is they were submitted individually.
I think so.
To keep our document from becoming too ponderous.
And that makes sense to me, because if they're submitted as a group, then maybe others would feel obligated to look at them, and that would be a lot of time. So I just wanted clarity on that.
So Edmund, is that something you could kind of look up just to double check?
Yes, yes, I'll look into it right now. Thank you.
Okay, Tanya?
Oh, just on that point, it seems like we should be somewhat judicious with editing comments and really focus on the goal of our review, which is to assess the science and the quality of the science underlying the environmental impact review. And so I think if there's ways that the information is communicated that's unclear, that makes the science muddy, that makes it difficult to interpret, that can be really important in editing and improving the quality of communicating what the science is. But I'm also somebody who likes to edit and nitpick and all that, but I think we given the scope of this, we're going to have to resist the urge to be too fine-grained there and really keep the main goal in mind.
Yeah, I would add, talking about the questions that Jay posed, which I think is a good idea to remind us all at some of the kind of questions, so we don't kind of forget something here or there. Back in February, we did have a presentation about, I think, the overview of our review of BDCP and WaterFix, and in there we had slides that had suggested questions from the council, and those are actually pretty good if you go and look at them, and I'm just going to read some of these under the approach analyses, tools, and modeling questions. Does the environmental impact analysis use appropriate evaluation? Were tools appropriate and adequately described? How well is uncertainty addressed and communicated? Is best available science employed in the environmental analysis of project alternatives and their effects? Are assumptions used in the models? Things like that. And I think we should probably have those as well as part of this list of questions for people to have a look at. And then somewhere down the road, maybe we can't do this now, but I think after we've had a chance to look at these, I think there would we need to have a discussion about, are there common themes that come out of this our evaluation? The different chapters have common themes, like they're particularly like we had said before in terms of the writing style and summary chapters. That's one thing that could come out commonly, but there may be other things that might be common themes. Diane?
So one of my questions was, are we as a Delta Independent Science Board restricting our comments related to impacts in the Delta? Because some of these impacts say related to construction that's external downstream of the Delta wouldn't be in our scope, or how does that play out?
This is a really good question, I think. So that, as we heard, the EIR is being written to address the legal requirements of an environmental impact report for the purposes of the state of California. And the EIS will be written similarly, perhaps for the narrow purposes of the National Environmental Policy Act. Whereas these two documents will be used more broadly to inform discussions by various regulators, including the Delta Stewardship Council and the State Water Resources Control, to issue permits on all of this. So the scientific adequacy, we're not here to be lawyers, but the scientific adequacy of the information, is it good enough for those other purposes, might be a question that we might keep in mind. So for example, the Delta Council is going to have to decide if this proposal is consistent with the Delta plan.
Right. Any other thoughts on that? The template, the timeline, things we ought to be doing between now and the fateful day?
Well, I would just like to circle back. Oh, sorry, Diane, you go ahead.
Is there a way to sort of guess ahead of time which of these many chapters that will be most important in terms of assessing scientific adequacy? Do we have a category A and B with regards to that aspect?
My guess is the authors think that the ones that are most important or have the biggest appendices, the biggest chapter length.
And it also could be smoke.
Well, that does sometimes happen.
Yeah, just to answer that a little bit, I made a bit of a judgment call on that when I was signing up for chapters. I don't know if others did that too, but we'll have to see. I think that it could adapt once we see the final content. But my question had to go back to what Steve was saying about the questions. I think it would be nice if people would organize their major comments along roughly the same a small set of common questions, assuming that'll work, at least as an initial start. And then if that doesn't work, we can adapt. But as Steve was rereading the council's questions, I saw quite a lot of overlap with what Jay had written. And I wondered if those might be the effective core. And then we could look at Jay's questions and see if we want to add one or two more, but that would be my suggestion.
Just to clarify, these are not my questions. These are questions that I took from other people from my files last time, for the
that's
earlier
true.
times that we went through this.
Yeah, I think I may have added some, but anyway, I'm willing to streamline.
And to clarify, the council questions I read were just on one slide. There's actually 3 slides full of questions related to either the analyses or the evaluation of alternatives or how the report was written. So we should look at all of those and condense.
I think it's good for us to read through a set of questions just to get our juices flowing. But as a template, I think for writing that into that template and people reading from what we write in that template format, we got to keep it a lot, much simpler.
Okay, Bob.
I guess I'd like to endorse Lisa's comment. I do like the idea of having the template and having a chance to look at it, at least refine it. But really what I wanted to do was come back to Diane's comment a bit earlier and play off of that a bit. And looking at the list of chapters that they've provided, that's quite a few chapters. I would say off the top of my head that if we look at it differently, if we look at the expertise that we have on the board as it exists, we can probably only cover a third of those chapters with adequate competence, is my guess. And do we want to really focus on the chapters that we feel that we have a good 2 or 3 people to take a look at and focus on those and give I would say the best evaluation of the science that we can possibly do well on a few chapters, and then just say we've got to let the others go because we simply don't have the breadth of the expertise to handle all of those at the same level of competence that we would on a subset. Anyway, it's just a thought. I realize it's not a perfect solution to the issue, but I guess I would rather lead from strength rather than being dinged for making or commenting on chapters where we don't have enough expertise to really do so adequately.
Diane, do you have a follow-up to that?
Yes, I have a follow-up. For example, the tribal cultural resources and community benefits program analysis, those are 2 titles for chapters, which I think may attract a fair amount of public attention. And there is social science related to these topics that I think there is that I don't have expertise on, but if there's others on the board that do, then that would merit some comment or review by us, because it could be noticeable if we just set those aside. So that I think in terms of strategy, that may be an important consideration. And these are both new chapters relative to the previous water fix.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
let me comment to Bob's comment and to that comment. With BDCP, we did pick some chapters that we did not review, and we said we were not going to review them, because of the expertise. And I think it's perfectly valid if we go into these chapters and let's hopefully many of the chapters will have a set of lead authors, is what we're going to call them. And if they have a look at it and just said, this is something beyond if the lead authors who dive into that say it's beyond our capabilities to do this, it's perfectly valid, I think, to say this is going to be one of those chapters we're not going to review. So I don't know if it's easy to do that by chapter titles alone, and but maybe by looking into that, the noise and vibration one, for example, is something they went into quite extensively, I think, during their latest council presentation, and I'm definitely not doing that chapter. But I mean, it's but I think once you see this, that would be a consideration. And one final thing about chapters, to me, there's I think in Jay's template, there's a really good definition which came out of BDCP, a distinction I want to say. One is for the construction impacts, and then the second is for the operational impacts. And those are two quite different things, and two quite things. The noise is probably not, I shouldn't say this out loud, but the noise is probably not going to affect fish all that much. But I think the effect of flow rates is definitely something that could. So I think that there may be some of these things where the construction is something that is falls into a certain category of evaluation, and then the operation something else. All right, so let's go to Lisa and then Diane or Virginia.
Thanks. Yeah, I really like Bob's suggestion, because I do think it would be problematic if we were to comment on the chapter without having adequate expertise. I think it's important to remember that we're not the only ones reviewing this. I think, something like tribal resources, I would really hope some representatives from the tribes would be reviewing that, and certain things like that. We really are about the science. Now, it's true, there is social science. Did they do an adequate process for evaluating these effects? And I think we need to make clear, if we don't review a chapter, it's not because we didn't think the topic was important, but that we didn't have capacity. So those are some of my main comments. Just to one little detail about the comment about the community benefits. I felt concerned to not sign up for that chapter, but then I learned that it had been developed through a lot of community outreach. And I thought, well, who knows better what the community wants than the community? And I didn't feel that it was necessary to be a reviewer on that chapter. So I think we'll learn things like that as we see the chapters.
Okay, Virginia.
I am not sure about not commenting on some chapters. It seems that some of us would have expertise in some aspects of these, but I think we may not have in-depth expertise. So I would think it would be okay at the beginning to give a caveat about, for me, I would say I'm an environmental scientist and have done minimal work with, tribal issues, but I have done a little bit of work, and maybe I'll have time to read that. But I wouldn't have the in-depth knowledge that Native people would in that area. So I would like, where we can have some contributions, say that, and give the limitations on what we have knowledge about.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, so I thought that Edmund sent us a sheet asking which ones we are comfortable with reviewing, we have expertise in reviewing, or the ones we don't have. So I thought that kind of covers what we should be reviewing and not.
Yeah, I think Edmund is, I want to say something about chapter assignments, and maybe now's the time. Edmund, while Edmund is searching for that, we have a draft, your draft volunteer list of chapters that you might have an interest in, but there's a couple of points to make on this. One is that it's a draft, and two, that it's not a commitment until we actually see the what's in those chapters. It is the expectation that any member can comment on any chapter, whether or not they're part of the lead authors or not. And I also want to say that in the past, we have not put authors down on chapters. And in terms of our reviews, the review that we produce is a board review. It comes from the full board. They're not individual people writing reviews for particular chapters. And hopefully that makes sense. We have lead authors. Anybody can be involved on any part of it. If you dive into a chapter, someone says, hey, I heard so-and-so has some interest in this, and they tap into them for certain things. People are welcome and encouraged to look at all the chapters, but we want to have a set of lead authors to be responsible for to put that stuff together. And so we've asked for volunteers. And again, this is a draft list of where people signed up purely based on the chapter titles. And that can and should change, and probably will change. And once we have a chance to look at that and at everything, then I would plan myself to scan over all the chapters and take my names off of some and possibly put it on others, and either as a lead, one of the lead authors, or as a contributing author if I think there's something in there that might be that I can say something, or just write comments on the chapter and send it to the lead authors. I think that's another thing we can all do, so that whatever is produced is produced by all of those who felt they had a valuable contribution to make. So let's go to Bob and then Tom.
So Steve, I think you made an important point just now, is that this is a product of the board. And as a board product, I think we all have to read our final report and approve it or not, or I guess write our dissenting opinion. But I think it behooves us to be very careful that we have at least, I'm going to say 2, but most likely that we've got 3 people knowledgeable on a subject, knowledgeable on a chapter, that are putting together the draft for everyone to take a look at, to read, and hopefully approve. The thing I would be very fearful of is if we have only one person commenting on a chapter, it becomes that that person's opinion about the veracity of that chapter, and the rest of us may not have the ability to know whether or not what is said in there is really being accurate. So I would be very hesitant about putting forward as a product of the board where you have a chapter where you have only one person commenting or one person taking the lead. Feel a lot more comfortable when we've got at least 2, most likely 3 people having something to say about the content, and then writing it in such a way that we can all understand it and have it discuss it, and then putting it forward as a board recommendation rather than an individual recommendation. So it's a gray area here, and it's really a tough one to navigate. But I think bottom line is I think we should be very careful about just having one person preparing something for the report that's going out as a board product.
I think your caution is well noted, Bob, and I would suggest that as we get into this, if there is only one person signed up now, they can have a read of it, and if they're doing something on bioenergetic models, I would probably say I have reasonable confidence, but I would also tap into those who had some experience in the board and say, hey, this is something, can you help me on? And leave it flexible enough at this stage to allow that exploration of adding new members or asking questions, or if it is just one person to then make that decision at the time. So let's, I got Tom and then Jay and then Tanya.
I'm going to disagree a little bit with Bob. If we step back from this, we all have expertise, and I think we all have perhaps national and international expertise in one very narrow area, and it's a little like a stream channel. There's our tallweg, and then we have expertise at to varying degrees as we get into the shallower waters. And I suspect when I look at these chapters, I'm going to be comfortable reading a bunch of them, but there's going to be 1 or 2 in particular where I have the real serious expertise that I can go toe to toe with somebody on that subject matter. And those are the ones we probably should be emphasizing our reviews. To try and do it all, we're in shallow water most of the time, but if we add up all our tallwegs, we're going to have a substantial amount of contribution to make. So I think what I'm saying is let's focus on those areas, and if we can do something else, we're fine, but let's try and get the part where we can really swim in the deep water first.
Okay, Jay.
I was just going to say that it would be nice to have 3 in-depth reviewers on each of these chapters, but as a practical matter, we're going to be limited by how much can you read in 30 days. You know, and so my guess is we will probably have 1 or 2, for hopefully on the major chapters, 2 lead reviewers, and maybe have an additional 1 or 2 people on each of these chapters that looks over things to make sure that what we're seeing from the lead reviewers is reasonable, and they might supplement it. But I think just logistically, we're going to have a limit on how much can you read in 30 days, 30 or 40 days. How many chapters can we get reviewed? And that's going to be a big limitation. Nobody here can read a chapter a day.
I don't know. Some of these chapters are only 10 pages long, so, you know.
Yeah, some are 500.
Yeah.
And as she pointed out, some of the appendices are 3,000. So.
Yes. And that's usually where the technical meat is.
Okay, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks. I think I was going to point out something similar to what Tom mentioned, and I agree with Bob's advice that we should try to have multiple sets of eyes, obviously, on chapters, but you know, we could have 5 people with very superficial expertise on a given chapter, and those 5 people may not do as good of a job reviewing that as somebody with really deep expertise, you know. So we need to be careful not to assume that the number of people reviewing a chapter is going to be equivalent to the depth of expertise that we have, and let's just be flexible. I like the idea, Steve, that we, you know, see what we get when we get the draft, and you know, see what we're capable of reviewing. We have a kind of rough idea based on the chapter outlines, but we're going to have to dig in a little and see where we have enough expertise to say something meaningful. Fingers crossed that we that we can get through it all in the time we have, as Jay said.
Yeah, it seems, now that I think more about this and going back to Jay's timeline, maybe there's an intermediary step that once we get this, and let's say we've each signed up to a certain number of chapters we think there's a possibility we could dive into. As soon as we get those chapters, is to literally scan them. I think you can scan these things pretty quickly. If it's anything like the BDCP, there was a lot of repetition. You know, if they're having 9 different alternatives, then here's alternative 1, and then they run the same analysis for 2 and 3 and 4, and there's just a whole bunch of repetition in there when the core of the science might be more narrow. And scan it to the level of whether or not you can make a decision, whether or not you can provide a meaningful evaluation of that. And then sometime after the first, I want to say 10 days, we can begin to narrow down the focus of our overall the number of chapters we're going to look at and who's going to take the lead authorship. Maybe that requires a meeting or meetings of those that have signed up for various chapters, a series of small group meetings to discuss the chapter skim-wise and see whether or not they're all on the same page of whether or not it can be done. Tom, do you have another point? Okay.
I agreeing with Bob, I think there will be some chapters that we don't review at all. And we'll have to have a little paragraph on why. There'll be some chapters that we review in a great deal of depth because we have a lot of expertise and they're very important for the project and the deliberations. And there'll be quite a few chapters, I think, that'll lie somewhere in the middle where we have some expertise that the subject is maybe less important overall to the big public policy discussions, but we have enough expertise to say something, because certainly we can always define ourselves so narrowly that we don't have enough expertise to do anything. And we have colleagues that do that routinely, but we've all been around for the block quite a few times, and we can all recognize really bad stinkers And we can recognize when someone has tried to do a fairly credible job. Now, sometimes we don't know enough to get the subtleties, but we can recognize stinkers. I mean, I've been a journal editor enough that I know we can. The other thought I had was in terms of the timeline, I would recommend that we start off on the really big important chapters, and we'll be able to identify most of them fairly quickly. And then some of the shorter, hopefully shorter chapters, we might have those chapter reviews come in after we've even started to assemble major comments. So that might buy us another couple of weeks of time to sweep up some of the shorter chapters.
Any other thoughts on the way forward, Tom?
Yeah, one other thought I have is there's some questions about this project that are the most important. For example, one of the reasons for building the project is to reduce the seismic risk to water supply. I mean, if we don't comment on that, it's almost not worth commenting on. Well, what's our depth on the panel? That's probably me, and I suspect Jay has some expertise in the area, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I suspect there's not a lot. But yet, that question is so fundamental to the project that we're almost compelled to assess it seriously. And there's a handful of other things that need to be emphasized. And if we don't have expertise in those areas, I think we have a little bit of a problem in having a substantive review.
Yeah, and again, I know we won't know. You know, I look at something like, just looking at these, like public health. You know, I think a handful of us have expertise in that area in one maybe narrow area. I directed a NOAA Center of Excellence on Oceans and Human Health for 8 years, you know, and I know that Lisa's done some stuff in terms of how they deal with sort of, and maybe the methodology is more along the social science methodology of what they've done. But until we look at that, we're not going to know whether or not, you know, our maybe more narrow expertise in that area is a match or not. And I think that's when we sit down and we have a quick look at it, pull ourselves off the table on that chapter, or have whoever is interested in that or any other chapter have a brief discussion and decide whether or not we are satisfied with our ability to do an adequate job on this.
Steve, maybe you should just clarify. I think Tom's implicit question is, are we bringing in any other expertise? And we've had this conversation before, so maybe you could just reiterate what our options are there.
I don't think we have done this, and I don't think it's within our realm to do it.
I mean, I suppose that we could use some of the postdocs that we have to do some of this, but they're not going to have a lot of depth in the expertise in say some random area. It will in some areas, but we could also consider recommending that if a chapter is particularly important and we think our expertise is particularly thin, we could recommend that someone else, and we might even name or suggest a few other people outside of this board, outside of our process, take a look at some of that. You know, it's sort of a, not saying whether a particular chapter is well done or poorly done scientifically, but we have some concerns that other people might want to take a look at. That wouldn't seem unreasonable, but I wouldn't rely on that as a crutch too often.
Any other thoughts? So it seems one of the things we can do is pull those questions again together from a combination of Jay's and those council questions that we had at our February meeting to kind of have at least a sphere of the questions available. Edmund can send around, I think you have it in your meeting material, the list of chapters you sort of have signed up for as to be lead authors on, and that's what I think we'll call them. I don't know how they I don't have that in front of me, how they span out in terms of numbers of people per chapter, but that's something we should, my guess is it ranges from 0 to 5, and just from my last time I looked at it. So in some cases we have quite a few people, in some cases none. Anyone that has 0, I would suspect that's a chapter that immediately goes on the, we need to look at it and make that conscious decision not to review that chapter. But if we don't get anybody to sign up to be a lead author, then that chapter is one we're not going to review. Edmund, do you recall which chapter, how many chapters we did not review in the BDCP?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can look into it for you.
Just a curious question. I just don't remember that. We had more time, of course, with BDCP. We had 153 days, I believe. So, but it was twice as long, 3 hour, at least twice as long. So, all right. Have we moved along far enough? In August, our expectation was we would have it in hand by our August meeting. And then we would spend the first day, the August, I think it's the 10th of August, meeting in small writing team groups and diving into the chapters, probably asking some of the questions that Bob talked about. Are we a sufficient group to lead the effort in this chapter or not? And or if there's like 5 people, who's going to do what in terms of I'll look at fish, you look at benthos, kind of just easy decisions to be made. And we'd have a whole series of those kind of meetings on the 10th. And then on the 11th, a large bulk of the day was going to be to talk about where we stand on the review and where we're going to go, and probably reevaluate the timelines and templates and so forth, and work out a schedule. If we don't get it by then August, we'll switch the agenda topics for August. Any other thoughts on this?
Steve, do we want to finger a group of maybe 3 people that the day that the sucker gets released, they try to sort out, at least in a first cut, on allocating the chapters and to help us move forward in an expeditious way?
I'm not sure what you mean, Jay, because we have people that have more or less shown an interest in certain chapters or not already.
Well, do you want to more formally identify their tentative responsibilities on the chapters when they come out?
My thought would be to give those folks individually the charge to dive into that chapter, have a scope it out, see whether or not they have an interest, contact the other members in their group, and see if amongst the group, whether that's 2 or 3 or 1 or 5, that they want to continue.
I replied with, because when I count down these chapters, there's about 18 of the chapters that I could conceivably review, but I'm not going to review 18 chapters.
So we can tap into you if we're only a 1 or 2 person thing. And
yeah, that's right. That's right. And there's a few areas where I would like to review them, but I know I can't do a review as much as I could.
Well, let's go to first Diane.
So many of you on the board have much more experience than I do in this sort of review process of a very complex document. So I was really counting on meeting in person as we got started so that I could contribute in a constructive way. Whereas if it's a sea of emails on multiple chapters and I don't have a big picture on how to approach this, well, it's a bit scary, if you will. So, is there, if we don't have it in August, could we postpone our meeting till September and meet in person then? I don't know, what kind of flexibility we have. So you see what I'm saying? Sometimes it's so much more efficient to do work in person, even compared to being on Zoom.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it is more for this sort of thing. I'm wondering if we can, again, depending on the timeline, if we get it in August 1st, let's say, then we're fine for the August meeting. If we don't get it till September 1st, then I'm going to look at the staff, or not listen to the staff when I say, well, maybe we could try and do another face-to-face in October, around the October date without a field trip, and just have it be a face-to-face on this topic. So I guess the answer to your question is I'm going to tell the staff to be flexible, and that because I think the face-to-face, you're right, is an important component of it. And I don't know if it replaces August or if it adds to August. And the field trip is a big part of the, as you know, the planning phase. So if we did do one at another date, it wouldn't include a field trip. It would just be to focus on this analysis.
We could also conceivably have a meeting for a day or so where we had broken it up into chapter meetings for the 2 or 3 people likely to be leading each chapter. And that way they're just working groups that can consolidate things, hopefully within maybe an hour per chapter or something like that. We can cover quite a bit of ground, and and run a lot of these chapters in parallel.
I did want to remind everyone that we're all being asked to look at the first 4 chapters. That's the introduction, the project objectives and purpose, description of the project and alternatives, and the framework for environmental analysis. That alone is over 300 and some pages, not counting the 1,100 pages of appendices associated with that. But that's sort of the framework that that sort of leads to the analysis and all the chapters. So I think it will answer a lot of questions in terms of the scope, the scale, and what the alternatives are we're looking at and so forth. But that is part of something we all should read first. So I don't know if I've answered your question or not, Diane. I see, Edmund, do you have a response? I see your light on.
In terms of scheduling another meeting in October, if needed, an in-person meeting.
At some other date other than, or maybe in addition to August, or somewhere down the road.
Yeah, that's a possibility for us, and we can start blocking potential. We could survey the members to see what date they work in September or October if the EIR is not released before your August meeting.
It might not be a bad idea anyway to go ahead and do that, because if my math is right and it comes out August 1st, then we'll have that meeting in early August, but then our final report will be due November 1st. So, and there's no face-to-face between then. Maybe it's useful to think about scheduling another face-to-face in anyway, late September, early October, and that'll give us a second bite at the apple, or the first bite at the apple if it doesn't come out till September.
Okay, we could schedule potential in-person dates for September and October.
Yeah, and at a minimum, we could still schedule a Zoom meeting rather than inundating people with with emails. I think we'll just have to adaptively manage, but I think it would be inconvenient to cancel the August meeting at this point in person.
And we'll talk about the August meeting later on in the agenda as well. So, but in terms of getting this, it looks like scheduling another face-to-face. And I don't know, Edmund, if you're talking about the current dates we have, or if you want to do another Zoom for a 2-day get together that would just be focused. It might even call it a special meeting that would be focused on this review.
Yes, we'll look into that.
Okay. Anything else on this topic?
I just had a quick question about next steps for the review template.
Go ahead.
So Jay, are you going to be revising that in preparation of the review coming out? Because I'm not sure we reached agreement of which.
I can put forth a next draft of that if people would like. Or if anyone else can volunteer to do it too.
I'm willing to help with that, Jay. Yeah, I think we should just try to streamline it. Yeah, I think you got general agreement that we want something relatively simple.
So I can, Lisa, I can make a first stab at it, then I'll send it to you, and then we can send it out around.
And maybe Edmund, you could resend those folks the that February 2022 presentation about the overview.
Yeah.
That's where the council questions are. There's also, and those, to my view, are were pretty good, but we also had suggested questions on the 2015 recirculated draft as well. So it's a good source to tap into. Okay, I've got Tom and then Joe.
Steve, would it be useful for you to know, given the release of the report, how long it would take for each of us to be ready to say, okay, this is a chapter I can really dig into?
Yeah, I think it would be good to have some sort of a timeline for that, or at least suggested deadline to have a decision deadline. What do you all think?
Well, what I'm thinking is if you know that like within 3 days, you can call us together to start coalescing into the actual working groups. That would be important for any, I'll call it emergency response to the thing, because like you said, we don't have a lot of time once it hits the street. So just knowing how much time we need to be able to talk, each of us talk intelligently about what we can do.
How much time do you all need?
I'll start off 3 days.
Anybody want to up him on that to 4 days, or the first bid is 3?
I think looking at this chapter broadly, very quick glance, it doesn't take much time. The review is the one which takes time. So probably 3 days, 4 days might be enough, sufficient to accept.
Well, and it partially depends on what we have scheduled already on those days. So it's hard to give a number per se. If we could spend all day, for 2 days, that'd be great, but that's usually not the case.
Well, I would imagine at this point, we'd be scanning the report. And if you have a lot of expertise in the area, a scan will tell you pretty quickly what's going on.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder how much those decisions would be altered by looking at the first 4 chapters, which will help to define what what the boundaries are in particular, and what the purpose and objectives are of those studies. And that might take a little bit more to dive into a little bit. And yeah, then it may not, but I'm happy to set up challenge of 4 days and go from there and see how many we can get. I know what you're saying, Tom, and it's a and I like the idea because it gets people diving into it, but so they can focus. But my guess is they're going to focus on those chapters anyway, regardless of being sanctioned to do so. So it's really the ones that you are going to be bailing on is the one that's probably more important to know about in planning purposes. So let's say 4 days, and we'll ask Edmund to try and send out a reminder to folks the minute. And Edmund, you're probably closer to this than we are, so you'll know first probably when this comes out. So if you can immediately send us the URL with that 4-day reminder of lock in your chapters as best you can after that 4th day.
Okay.
I can do 4 days if it includes a weekend. But if it's on a Monday, that'll be hard if it's during once semester starts. I'm just saying.
Quite a few people here keep themselves very, very busy.
Yeah, it really depends when it comes out. So, Joe?
Well, I was wondering now, Jay is going to kind of have these two templates kind of merge with each other. I was not very clear, Jay, what your next step will be.
I was thinking we would try to merge the templates, and
okay.
So what I'm thinking right now is we'd have one merged template that has space for some particular topics, then probably have a merged set of questions between the ones we've got here and the previous council questions, and maybe anything else that comes to mind that we think can fit on one page as a set of questions. But I think if we have more than one page worth of questions, we, like our readers, will not be reading it. And then I'm thinking also I might refine this timeline a little bit, add in the first few days, how we get ourselves organized quickly, and maybe anything else that comes to mind.
Okay.
We're going to have to be we're going to be really constrained by this timeline and the need to review comments and have public documents before we give a final approval to our comments.
Thanks.
And Jay, the lead authors is something we don't normally include if it's going to go public or anything like that. We don't list those necessarily.
I think it's not wise to list lead authors. This should be a board document.
Right. Anything else on this? Well, obviously, if any of you have any further insights onto this, or after you look at your chapter volunteer rate and want to modify it, that's a living document until we get the review, and even afterwards. And so if you have any other comments or thoughts, just send it to Jay, Lisa, and I, and we can. We want to do whatever we can to minimize the pain as much as we can before we get to it. And so any public comments on this topic, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I did want to point out that having a procedure where I give comments, you receive public comments after the end of the board discussion precludes having any kind of real board response to the issues that are raised. In this case, I'm going to send a letter and request a response from the board because it's a really important issue. The Delta Stewardship Council's guidelines for best available science state that independent scientific peer review shall be applied formally to proposed projects and initial draft plans in writing after official draft plans or policies are released to the public and to final released plans. And it's really clear from this discussion that the CEQA comment period is simply not enough time for peer review. It's absolutely ridiculous to try to do a peer review of such a project, in a large and complex project, in 30 to 40 days. It's not possible. And it would be a significant compromise of scientific integrity for the ISB to represent that what they're providing is more than CEQA comments in a comment period that is designed for the general public and not for scientific peer review. The board, and I wanted to point out that the Delta Reform Act requirement for best available science is under a completely different statute than CEQA. The two shouldn't be conflated. And the board is also not necessarily going to get the required information in the CEQA document to evaluate the proposed project as a climate adaptation project or as a earth seismic improvement to a water supply. So I will try and get you the information that we did so that you can use it. I appreciate that you're making the best of a bad situation. But the fact is that the former chair, Elizabeth Canwell, on April 2020 did write DWR and say they were going to exercise rigorous review over the project, and they'd be talking with them about the timeline for the review. And then the board was defunded for a year. And yeah, the board did everything they could, and it's a very unfortunate situation, but that did defund the kind of rigorous review that Canwell originally proposed. So we are going to be raising this issue and sending you a letter because, as I said, it's fundamentally a matter of scientific integrity. And in the Trump administration BIOC review, a federal biologist said it's a very aggressive schedule. It runs the risk of forcing them to make dangerous shortcuts in the scientific analysis that the decisions demand. This is the same kind of issue. And I really appreciate you guys planning to hit the ground running. And I think Dr. Lund has done an excellent job, but it's just, it's absolutely an impossible situation. And I speak as somebody who's very familiar with the previous project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre. Look forward to those comments. Any other public comments?
There are no additional public comments.
I see that Tanya has a hand up.
Yeah, just a couple quick responses to Deirdre. Deirdre, thank you for the comments. And I think it is important that we have time and space to respond to public comments. And I would just encourage us as a board to think about how we can do that better. Sometimes when we get public comments, we listen and then move on to the next agenda item. And I think if we're going to take public comments seriously, there should be some opportunity for us to engage. And I know we're not told we can't engage, but it's often kind of just the norm that we kind of move on to the next agenda item. So I do think that's an important feedback issue from Deirdre. The other question is that given the time frame and the constraints that we're dealing with this EIR, does anybody know off the top of their head what the time frame is for responding to the EIS when that comes in? I feel like I should know this, but I don't.
Well, she said that they were going to try to have them overlap, which really makes the remaining hair I have out.
I mean, but what the time requirements are under NEPA for, is it similar, 90 days?
I suspect it's similar.
Carrie actually provided an update at the last meeting. It'll actually be shorter than the EIR.
Oh.
Okay, well then. Yeah.
Let me, before I go to Jay, let me respond to Tanya. Yes, the reason for having the public comments last in many respects are because the public comments are related to the topic we're discussing, and we discuss, as you as you all know, wide-ranging components of it, and that gives the opportunity to people to respond to even things we have said on that particular day. But I agree that anyone who, all the board members, anyone who wants to comment or respond to a public comment that we hear, whether or not I ask for that, please do what Tanya just did, is raise your hand, and that way we can have more of a dialogue to a public comment if board members want to respond. Okay.
I thank you very much, Deirdre, for your comment. I think this is very likely to be an important topic, not only for us, but for all the others folks that are going to be interested in and asked to require to comment on this. So my suspicion is that there's a good probability that the review period will be extended in general, not just for us. I stick with this. I outlined it for 90 days because that's what the rules are initially, and we're really not in a position to change the rules. But collectively, a bunch of folks are likely to ask for that period to be extended. It's kind of premature for us, I think, for us to ask for a longer period before we've even seen the document. But we might, after we see the document, we might actually ask for it. And then the third reason why I wanted to stick with this 90-day as the initial outline for our plan is it gets us started faster. And I think if we started off with 120 days, it would be almost harder to do a review in terms of getting started. But thanks. I think your comment is very much relevant.
Okay, any other thoughts on this topic? Okay, we're scheduled for lunch break now, which we will take for a half an hour. When we come back, we'll continue with the Delta Lead Scientist report, but given Virginia's schedule, we will then probably move on to item 8, which is the outreach and communications, maybe 9 on future reviews. But once she returns, then we will start talking about the guidelines, which requires an action item and a vote. So with that, we'll break until 12:50 Pacific time. Cool. We'll move on, reconvene, and start with item number 6 on the agenda, which is the Delta Lead Scientist report. Laurel?
Thank you, Steve. And I think Edmund's going to run my slides for this item. And I'll just start out by saying that when I was thinking about my remarks for this report and how to tie together the different topics that there was interest in having me report on, it occurred to me that everything I'm going to discuss with you today is part of the synthesis core function of the Delta Science program. I see synthesis as one area in which the science program as a boundary organization is really well poised to make a difference. And as you can all appreciate, synthesis is often what falls through the cracks when science funding is tied to specific regulatory requirements or monitoring functions. And synthesis is challenging. It requires tedious work to harmonize data sets and advance statistical and computational skills to tell a story from them. Agencies right now, I've heard in my conversations, are struggling to find people with the skills to perform synthesis. But when done successfully, synthesis can answer some of the biggest questions about, for example, which interacting stressors dominate a response of population abundance and how, or how Delta food webs are structured. And Edmund, are you able to bring up my slides or should I just run them from here? Okay, I'll go ahead and run them, but give me maybe a moment because I might need to switch around my notes. And I need to switch around my Zoom window too. Too many things open, you can all appreciate. One moment, let me just get the slides going on the correct screen. Okay, can you all see my title slide right now? Oh wait, no, you're looking at the wrong slide. Hold on.
We don't see any slides.
Oh, that's odd. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, that's weird. I think you could see my slide now. Is that correct? Or is it not showing up?
You see it.
See it.
You see it? Okay, great. And give me one more quick moment to rearrange my Zoom window. Okay, I think I should be good to go now. Okay. So the Delta Science Program can make a difference in the area of synthesis, not just because synthesis is a core part of our mission, but because we could also fund specific synthesis studies that other agencies might not be able to. And in fact, the Science Action Agenda calls for several types of syntheses, which are listed out here, just to remind you. We could also provide other resources to the community in the form of training, expertise, and we're working on providing cloud computing to the community as well. So in addition to the ongoing NC's Food Web work group, we are actively seeking other ways to promote training or recruit individuals with data science and computing expertise to work on pressing Delta issues. And as part of our periodic coordination meetings that we hold with partners performing synthesis at the State Water Resources Control Board and the USGS, we learned about the Water Board's Water Data Science Symposium, which took place 2 weeks ago. The symposium concludes with a brainstorming session that kicks off the California Water Data Challenge, which is a type of hackathon in which attendees, many of whom are local data science students, break into groups and address water challenges relevant to management needs using available data sets. They learn of these challenges and the low-hanging fruit opportunities by listening to a series of talks in the symposium. This year's challenge questions focus on elevating vulnerable communities, assessing water impacts on human health, and promoting data transparency. Dr. Sam Beshevkin of the Delta Science Program and I both gave talks as part of that symposium. And Sam highlighted the potential for synthesis with interagency ecological program data sets with some striking examples that I will go ahead and show you on this slide. While my talk focused on spotlighting the Delta Science Program's synthesis role and available resources, as well as low-hanging fruit opportunities. So I would just like to highlight a few slides from both of our talks, particularly in case any of the syntheses that are depicted here are of interest to the ISB as you think about your reviews. So the IEP typically produces 20 to 40 papers per year that could be considered synthesis. And one that I'd particularly like to highlight here is one produced by one of our Delta Science Fellows, who's a postdoc at Berkeley now. And she looked at 4 decades of climatic fluctuations and fish recruitment stability across a marine to freshwater gradient. And this is a paper I'll be reporting on to the council later this month. I'd also like to highlight that Sam really illustrated some of the automated reporting that is done with the IEP data sets, including an IEP seasonal monitoring report and a Delta smelt conditions report. So some of the syntheses that I highlighted as great examples of what could be done with these decades of data set are actually highlighted a bunch of work that Sam Beshevkin himself has been involved in, but that he didn't report on in his talk. There have been quite I think this is probably relevant to some of your ongoing efforts. There's been a quite interesting review of or synthesis of long-term temperature data in the estuary that spans over 5 decades. And most importantly, there's a series of 4 papers, 3 of which are out now, 1 of which are in review. This first one really documents trends over those 5 decades of data. The second one looks at associations between delta inflows and water temperature. The third looks at thermal stratification currently and projected thermal stratification in the future and what this means for fish species. And there's the image that's being shown on this slide is one of the images from the paper, basically showing regions of suitability, future suitability for Chinook salmon with a temperature anomaly of 1.5 degrees. And then the fourth paper, which is one in review, looks at water temperature trends and their implications for species and the number of days that those species would be experiencing stressful conditions under current climate and future climate. So another thing that I did in my talk was to identify some low-hanging fruit opportunities for synthesis. And some of the things that I brought up were to really take advantage of a State Water Resources Control Board data set, which is basically a HABS incident report data set, and extract information from this data set that is relevant to the Delta, perhaps looking at time series, perhaps overlaying with social vulnerability indices or other data on biophysical drivers. And there may be opportunities with this data set to analyze biophysical characteristics of locations experiencing harmful algal blooms in years with and without blooms and compare with other locations. So, you know, we really do need much better data on HABs to do these analyses in a rigorous way. But as a student project, there might be some opportunities to generate hypotheses that could be addressed with the more advanced monitoring that groups like Delta Science Program and those who are involved in the harmful algal blooms workshop this fall might be able to consider. Another type of low-hanging fruit synthesis that I presented to this group is to take advantage of a restoration project synthesis that Dylan Chappell has been compiling as part of the Wetland Regional Monitoring Program. This is a really powerful data set. They are essentially generating or compiling data on the locations of wetland restoration, the acreage of wetland restoration, and they're distinguishing between projects that are completed and in progress, planned, or somewhat accidental. And some of the opportunities, low-hanging fruit opportunities that I see in association with this data set are to look at how changes in water quality or biological survey results might be associated with those completed restoration projects. It might also be worthwhile looking at temperature trends in locations slated for restoration. And this was actually something that was inspired by one of Sam Bashevkin's papers that I highlighted a little bit earlier. So we don't know yet what the project teams at the Water Data Challenge and Water Data Science Symposium are going to do for this year. They still have some time to coalesce around projects and develop repositories before submitting their projects to the California Water Data Challenge. But I did want to highlight that eventually those projects will be in this repository. Right now, you can see some of the projects that were conducted in previous years, and there's judging associated with the projects and different awards for different types of projects. But this is a really great place to go to see examples of how students could be brought into the science community to do synthesis that is relevant to management needs and water resource management in general. So moving on to the next section of my talk, I also wanted to provide an update of the social science community of practice. and to announce that a workshop is being planned for October. The objectives will be to grow capacity and literacy for the social sciences to inform decision-making in the Bay Delta, and develop interdisciplinary working groups for a number of synthesis efforts. And this workshop is going to be kicked off by a training session that will target non-social scientists and provide an opportunity to gain, to be more broadly educated about social science disciplines and integrated projects. And then the workshop will take place about a week after the training. It will be a virtual workshop with an optional in-person portion. And there will be breakout sessions to develop mock interdisciplinary proposals to do this synthesis. And what they envision are that at least 2 synthesis papers would come out of this event. And one example might be centered around social ecological integration approaches. The breakout rooms for the event are going to be structured primarily around the science action agenda, management needs, and science actions that focus on integration. And the hope is that in those breakout sessions, a community of practice member or 2 who have the interest and capacity to take on a synthesis effort would lead it. One of the other, I guess, internal objectives of this community of practice event is to home in on a scope for the next NC's synthesis effort in 2023, which will be led by Pascal Gertler in the Delta Science program. The leading idea for this NC's training and research group is that it would be focused on pursuing a social ecological integration theme. So Pascal and others in the community of practice are still trying to figure out how to more narrowly identify that theme. And they're hoping that the feedback that they receive in the workshop and the conversations that take place will help in identifying the participants and the key synthesis questions. So that is an exciting development. The final quick update that I'd like to provide from the social science community of practice pertains to the Delta Residents Survey, which is a collaborative research effort being led by Dr. Jessica Rudnick in coordination with California Sea Grant, the Delta Science Program, and also Sacramento State University's Institute for Social Research. That research team has been working through the summer to develop a household survey to send out widely to Delta residents in order to better understand their attitudes, values, experiences, and behaviors related to the Delta as a unique place. They're hoping to reach a demographically and geographically representative sample of Delta residents to hear a wide diversity of perspectives. So over the summer, they've been working to beta test this survey with community members and to seek their feedback on what the questions, on what questions are being asked and how those questions are being asked. And then the survey will be launched in full in somewhere between fall of 2022 and early 2023. So, this is a survey that is really a pilot in some ways. The hope is that the survey would be repeated potentially on an annual basis as a way to collect long-term data in Delta communities. Oops. Another upcoming workshop that I wanted to provide a brief update on is the Harmful Algal Blooms workshop, which I know Diane McKnight has been involved in as a planning committee member. And I've shown you a version of this slide before that outlines the objectives and the goals. But I'm not going to dwell on that. The main update here is that there's now a date for that workshop, and it is set for November 8th and 9th. And, I think this is something that can benefit from the monitoring enterprise review monitoring recommendations, particularly since an underlying goal is to develop a strategy and a framework for harmful algal bloom monitoring that would ultimately support modeling and forecasting. So The other couple of updates I wanted to provide are things that I don't have slides for. I did promise earlier today that I would provide a brief update on the Salinity Management Workshop. I think many of you know that one of the big changes there has been a delay in the date of the second workshop in the series. Originally, we were going to have that workshop take place in fall, but in order to account for the feedback that we received in the first workshop and to accommodate engagement with various focus groups and working groups that are associated with different types of stakeholders, including the agricultural community, water supply community, communities focused on ecological processes. We did decide to delay that second workshop, and now it will take place in spring of 2023. We don't have a date for it yet, but that is to be determined. You know, one of the things that we see as an important outcome of this workshop will be a report that outlines what some of the major gaps are in being able to do holistic trade-off assessments of how our salinity management strategies are impacting human and non-human communities across the Delta. And that is going to help us identify priorities for investment in scientific research and priorities for development of new models or modules that could be used in a trade-off assessment. We'll also be presenting as a final product the results of this demonstration exercise, for which we are about to receive a proposal that we'll send out for peer review. But that demonstration exercise is going to look at a scaled down scope of scenarios that compares such as wetland restoration to hard engineering solutions, such as the use of the barrier, as well as some regulatory changes that enable the simulations to better capture the way operational decisions actually work during drought periods. And that demonstration exercise is going to inform the conversations in the second workshop and inform the identification of gaps and needs as well. So we will soon have that proposal in hand, but one of the things I've been doing is already looking ahead to the next steps. So once we have this proposal for what comes next, how do we fund it? How do we enact it? How do we garner the multi-agency support that will be needed in order to do this in a comprehensive way? And so one of the opportunities that I've identified is this proposal opportunity that Jay mentioned during the introductions. It's a multi-campus research proposal initiative, which is a program run by the University of California Office of the President for research that takes place across at least 3 UC campuses. And so I will represent Berkeley in this process. Jay represents Davis as the co-PI there, but we're also working with Brett Milligan and John Durand and Quan Lu Ma, who works on scientific visualizations and scientific storytelling. He's part of the computer science department. We're additionally partnering with UC Merced, where we're working with Jeff Jenkins, who works on recreational impacts of climate change within the Delta's watersheds. And then we're also working with UC San Diego, where Jess Rudnick will serve as the co-PI, and Dan Cayenne, a climate scientist, will be serving as a co-I. And so we are putting together this proposal to fund an extended participatory scenario development process that would have a large student training component as well. So I'm happy to talk more about that, but I don't want to cut too much into the discussion time. And I think I'll leave that update at that. And then the final thing I wanted to provide an update on today is the modeling workshop. So there has been a planning committee convened for the modeling workshop. The hope here is to use a series of 1 or 2 workshops to launch a collaboratory. And there are several phases in which we might do this that are scaled based on the availability of funding. So the science program has already committed a certain amount of funds to launch the initial steps of this virtual collaboratory. And the thinking is that, you know, there are going to be synergies with other priorities, such as the salinity management work that we could leverage in order to more comprehensively develop the full vision of the collaboratory. And so what I mean by that is that in order to do this salinity management scenario planning right, we need to have a capability of coupling models. And you heard a little bit about this today in the Conveyance Project overview. So in order to forecast salinity in the Delta and its impacts under future climate conditions, we need to be able to couple downscaled climatic projections with watershed models that estimate the unimpaired inflow into Delta rim reservoirs. We then need an operations model in order to estimate the amount of water that's actually flowing into the Delta from those models. That needs to be coupled with a hydrodynamics model that represents flows and salinity and temperature and potentially other water quality elements. And then those spatially explicit outputs would then be coupled to other models that might estimate how various ecosystem functions or fish population abundances might change. And so doing this coupling in a way that promotes transparency and inclusivity ideally requires a common platform in which those models are well documented, their assumptions are daylighted, and users can actually download them and play around with them in an open source format. And so I know that Jay and I share the opinion that if this MRPI proposal that we're working on gets funded, or if it gets funded through other non-UC sources, that's an important first step in launching the collaboratory. And the modeling work group, the planning committee, is embracing a similar idea in that I think there is recognition that these components of the collaboratory really need to be built around certain focused case studies in order to be compelling to managers and compelling to potential funders. And so what we're doing at our next planning committee meeting at the end of the month is to basically see presentations, mini presentations on ideas for what these case studies could be in order to figure out how to really frame the workshop and to frame the initial proposals moving forward. So I'm happy to address any questions about any of those updates and entertain discussion.
Any questions from anyone? Okay, thanks, Laurel. Is there any public comment on this?
See, Lisa
Oh,
has
wait,
a question.
I think Lisa's got a question.
Yeah,
And
there was a lot of content there. It took me a minute to pick which question I wanted to raise. So thanks for that, Laurel. Lots of exciting stuff going on. About the collaboratory, so what I'm hearing you say is that you're going to try to use existing models and see if you can make the coupling easier rather than trying to say start from scratch with models that would be designed to couple. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I think that's the low-hanging fruit. And I know that it potentially differs somewhat from one of the recommendations in the water supply reliability, which was to really coalesce around a system-specific model. I think ultimately that if a model were developed for the Delta, rather than starting from scratch, it would build on existing models on which there's a long history of use. But that's something I think that needs a lot more discussion in the community as well. One of the advantages of having existing models comprise this platform is that there are multiple models for the hydrodynamic component. There are at least 2 models for the operations component. There's CalSim and there's SAC-WAM, which is the State Water Resources Control board's model. But having multiple models that we know are imperfect enables us to generate ensemble predictions, which gives us a better idea of uncertainty. Now, I think new models and new modules will need to be developed in order to make these models talk together adequately. Another thing that you saw in the presentation earlier is that often there's a scale mismatch between a model that might be feeding the upstream boundary condition and a model of the delta. So in the case of the operations model, Calcim 3 produces estimates on a monthly time step. But for the hydrodynamics, we need to be working at a much finer time step. And so you heard one potential algorithm for downscaling those results of the Calcim model to the appropriate time step for the DSM-2 model. And there are alternate ways to go about that, addressing those scale mismatches. But I can see that if there is a place where we really need to develop, to focus energy in developing new models or model components, it might be in how those models talk together. I hope that's helpful.
That was, let me just quick follow-up though. Something that we've done successfully, I think, in the Chesapeake Bay is instead of using multiple models to make ensemble forecasts, we actually try to dig in a little bit to why they differ. And that has taught us some really important things about, say, how the models were calibrated and what some of the assumptions, the effects of some of the assumptions.
Yeah, and I think that's one potential advantage of having this platform is just making that comparison and that diagnosis of models so much easier. And I'll say that, I could really geek out on this area because one of my postdocs is really an expert in uncertainty analysis, and he's been working on developing model benchmarking tools that could be applied to any model and really help you diagnose where that error is coming from and whether it's structural or whether it's in the way two variables relate to each other. And so, a common modeling platform is a prerequisite to any of those types of benchmarking analyses. I think Joe is next and then Tanya.
All right, yeah, so thank you for that very interesting presentation, especially, people have been talking about the integration of models for a long time. But coming to these smaller scales, especially biological scales, that is the issue, this very, very small scales. It has kind of never correctly or properly integrated. But when I saw your paper on the thermocline, how the climate change affects the thermocline and then the fish species, that is some development. I mean, I haven't read this paper, but it's some development because those small scales are very, very important. I mean, a good example is fog. People predict weather and all sorts of things, but with predicting fog is so difficult because it's a small scale phenomena. And then if you make a small mistake, it just flips. So having that type of high resolution modeling, I think emphasis, I think is quite important. And thank you for pointing that out. And also this paper, I will certainly try to find out what it is. Thanks.
You're welcome. And thanks for that comment. And I'll just say that with some of the latest artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities, we have more tools now for essentially learning from higher resolution models so that we could do some sort of statistical downscaling that's grounded in machine learning to maybe get at another dimension that the depth dimension that is often not simulated in hydrodynamic models. So, I'm encouraged by the emergence of new tools for doing this. Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. That was just great to hear your update and really impressive to see just the efforts that you're putting into a lot of this work and the Delta Science program is putting into building capacity for improving science in the Delta and informing the questions that we have around how we manage the Delta, and whether it's from synthesis or the workshops that are provided, these new efforts at modeling, it's amazing to see. And so I just wanted to compliment you on that. But I also think, I mean, you have a great, you know, kind of get your finger on the pulse of what's going on. And it's just nice to hear sometimes your reflections as to what we as the ISB might need to be paying closer attention to as well. You know, given some of these efforts that you just described, and do you think that there's something that might be really informative for some of our upcoming reviews, or just ways that we as the ISB could inform some of these efforts to build better synergies around this kind of idea of enhancing the science capacity in the Delta? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. It's kind of a big question, but since we have you here.
Yeah, you know, my brain is kind of in the synthesis space, since that really was the theme that united my updates. And I will say that right now in the science program, we're really in a position where we would value feedback on how our community does synthesis and how we could build the capacity to do more synthesis. You know, one of the things that Sam Bashevkin has been considering, along with Maggie Chrisman, who is the program manager for the Synthesis and Decision Support Unit, is looking for ways to more formally engage universities and university students in internship type programs to address synthesis challenges. And I think, you know, that has a lot of pros. Some of the challenges associated with that, though, are the turnover times of student internships and questions about whether they could actually meaningfully get into the data and you know, commit enough time to really making headway on some of the projects. But you know, we're doing things that are really new for the science community, and one is this idea of providing cloud computing services. A lot of our partners who do synthesis at state agencies are really limited by their access to computing resources, and they don't have the ready access to computing resources that universities do. And I think, you know, this is one way in which the Chesapeake Bay system is really a leader, because it's my understanding that the Chesapeake Bay model is run on university cyber infrastructure, and that's a resource that is efficiently shared with the science community in that system. But we're working out how to give our community access to some of those resources. So, you know, it's more, I guess what I'm asking for is in terms of what would be useful is not really a review of specific science, but really of how we approach this branch of science and how it's being done in the Delta. And, you know, what are some of the opportunities that our community might not be taking advantage of so far? So that's what comes to mind immediately. And, you know, I know that Lisa and Steve and I have a meeting on the books about how we can more effectively collaborate on various topics across the ISB and Delta Science program. And so I'll ruminate on that question, and maybe it'll come up in that meeting.
Thanks.
Diane?
Yes, again, thanks for your presentation. And I certainly appreciate or embrace the value of synthesis. And I would point out, sometimes synthesis helps you identify the data caps or the process knowledge that just is missing, so that when you find relationships that may not make sense, but they're in the data, like how is that? And is there, you know, sometimes mechanistic models only include what we think we know, and so there's that back and forth between more mechanistically based modeling and approaches like machine learning and such, that I wanted to point out. I mean, it's as important to find out what we know, but also what we now know we don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as someone who does a lot of syntheses myself, I'd say the other value of synthesis is generating hypotheses that might not have been on the horizon before. And so this is almost one way that we could do horizon scanning, is by looking at the data that we've collected and thinking about what it might be telling us and generating hypotheses that we could then test. Jay?
Yeah, thanks for this great presentation and this great effort. The words integration and synthesis are probably the most used and abused terms that I've heard in Delta conversations over the last however many decades I've been working on this stuff. These are incredibly easy words to say and even more incredibly difficult words to implement. We have a long, long history of talking about synthesis and talking about model integration, and really a terrible, marginal, I should say at best, track record of it. And so I'm really excited to see this effort from the lead scientist to actually see some of this occur. You hear two really common barriers to this kind of synthesis actually happening, this kind of integration and synthesis actually happening in the modeling world. People often complain about resources, although we were just earlier today saw a presentation on the modeling for the Delta Conveyance Project, and clearly there's really not a limit on resources, practically on resources for computing or resources for budget. There is huge amounts of money being spent on this system, and it's just largely a matter of how you use it, I think. The other big barrier, probably the biggest barrier, I think, on integration and synthesis is expectations. Our expectations have been low for actual integration and for actual synthesis. And so I think at the policy level, we really need to raise expectations for it. And then I think one of the values of the kind of efforts that you're trying to lead now is you're providing a vessel for those expectations to fill. So it's easy to have high expectations as a policy person, but policy level decision maker. But in a technical area, you need to have a template for what that looks like. And so hopefully this kind of effort will lead to something like that can make expectations tangible, that lead to perhaps a better management of resources to get the kind of integration and synthesis that we think it needs.
Thanks so much for that comment. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Any other thoughts or comments? Edmund, any public comment on this?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to thank the Delta lead scientist for her extraordinary vision and energy and initiative she's put into making this a reality. And, I think it's really desperately needed at this time. And this is also one of the reasons why I was pushing so hard for the $100 million investment for agency water management science that would be overseen by the Delta Independent Science Board. I am trying to work with the lead scientist on, there's issues with this initiative that are, typical of Delta Science Program funding issues, that there's inclusivity in the planning committee. There's nobody from the NGO community. It's not clear whether federal or state transparency requirements and advisory committee requirements apply, because both Kieran Kafitz and the lead scientist are listed as co-chairs for the planning committee. And finally, there's conflict of interest provisions. It's unprecedented for the lead scientist to be involved in a project where they're going to get a grant with their home institution. So there may be other folks on the planning committee who are also going to be part of this initiative, like state water contractors. And so some of those are probably going to require waivers under section 1090 of the State California Fair Political Practices Act, and also under there's a federal conflict of interest statute. So I just think, particularly because this is the first time that a lead scientist is involved in getting a grant where they're going to be the PI, it's really important to set a precedent for following all of this. And I've been pushing to include peer review. It's actually part of the federal scientific integrity standards, but it also has been a historic major gap. And there's been huge issues with models that haven't had external review. And I think it helps a lot to have the proposal would be funded through UC, and it would be university centered. I have the highest respect for the University of California. And in fact, my husband is vice provost and dean of undergraduate education at UC Santa Cruz. So I have a university affiliation as well. I hope these issues can be addressed going forward, and I hope I'm not seen as too much of a pain in the ass for raising them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deidre. Any Lisa, or I mean, Laurel, did you want to react, or anyone else on the board?
Just wanted to say it's not entirely unprecedented, because I know that Peter Goodwin had applied for grants, mostly to fund modeling workshops. But yeah, I have received your information, and I am in touch with the USGS ethics advisor on how to navigate any perceived conflicts of interest and whether they are actually conflicts of interest.
Okay, any other comments from the board before we move on? All right, so let's move on. We're going to move on to item number 8, which is concerns the outreach and communication of recent reviews. We'll come back to guidelines as soon as Virginia returns. We're going to now discuss sort of the outreach and communication of various recently completed reviews. And I'll start off with non-native species review, which was finalized, as you know, in May of last year. It's been presented to the council and at the Bay Delta Science Conference in 2021, as well as the Delta Invasive Species Symposium in 2021. And we are embarking on doing a journal article on that. We haven't made any progress since the last June meeting, but it's still on our horizon. The second one has to do with the monitoring enterprise review. I think you've heard most of what we've been up to. It was presented as a poster at the IEP workshop. It was presented to CSAMP. It was also presented to the council and will be presented as part of a panel, as you heard, and DPIC on Monday. It was also presented at the IAMIT meeting. Both Virginia and Tanya did that presentation. IAMIT is the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team. And at their June quarterly meeting, we presented the results of the MER report. And IAMIT is made up of scientific and technical staff from local, state, and federal agencies. It's a large number of folks, and certain key stakeholder groups that have roles in implementing, funding, regulating, and otherwise supporting or overseeing conservation products in the Delta. We presented those results and opened it up to questions, and I think we had a few questions, and I'm wondering if Virginia or Tanya had any. Virginia's not here, but Tanya had any thoughts or feedback from that particular presentation or comments?
Nothing major.
Okay.
You caught me off guard, Steve.
Put you on the spot.
My brain's been, my memory of that has been erased. I have to go back to my notes, but
I know what you mean. And the last item on that is is a journal article status. And we have Virginia and I and Lillian taking the lead on that. We've put together an outline of the manuscript and looked at some new things we might be able to add to it. We picked the journal, and we will be working on actually drafting the text over the next month or so before the August meeting. Hopefully, get something more solid on that. The next one is water supply reliability. Jay?
Yes. Well, we gave the presentation to the Delta Council last month. We have a summary sheet that's out for the product, 2-pager. I guess it's 3 pages in final format. We have a draft blog to the council's communications people for review. We have some ideas for a draft for journal article. Tom's got a really nice outline for us to start on, but we haven't started writing on it yet. I'll be giving a technical presentation on the water supply reliability report for the American Society of Civil Engineers on August 10th, that evening. And there's thoughts of having a workshop, technical workshop with QEMF, the California Water Environment Modeling Forum, in the fall sometime. Christine has been working on a summary sheet for K through 12 young scientists, which is an exciting idea. The first time we've done something like that. So I'll be interested in seeing how that moves along. So I think we have things chugging along for the most part. And I'm excited about the idea that the chair of the council mentioned earlier today about having us have a talk or workshop or discussion with modelers at the Department of Water Resources and the State Board.
Yeah, and Steve, I'd just like to add to Jay's comments. I thought Jay did an excellent job of connecting with the counselors. We had a very nice discussion after the presentation. It was pretty clear they were paying attention, and it was just a very positive experience with them.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but the presentation you guys gave and the level it was targeted at was right on. It was very entertaining, and I learned a lot from it. And it was but it was just right on. It got their attention immediately. I think it's a really good model for how we do these presentations, I think. So that's it for our quick summaries. Any discussion or comments or suggestions? Okay, any public comment on this topic, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and I keep wondering if there's some way that the ISB could give a presentation to reach out to the Metropolitan Water District Board about giving a presentation. There's I think 22 members from all the retail agencies, or possibly via Zoom for Southern California Water Dialogues. But it's such an incredibly timely topic, and the decision makers are really thinking about this. And I think it's just profoundly, it's a profoundly important report. And I'm also trying to help flog it around a bit as well. But thank you, and thanks Dr. London and Tom Holzer. That's all.
Okay. lost my communications. I think Jay was putting together a blog on this, right? That's out for review now.
Yes, it's with the communications folks. But I was going to add, Deirdre and others, that I'm sure Tom and or I would be really happy to give a presentation on this report to any interested technical or policy group.
So maybe the best way to work that is, Deirdre, if you have some venue or event, is to talk to Edmund, and he can try and work on scheduling.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Okay, we're going to, is Virginia back yet? No, okay, we'll move on to item number 9, which is discussion of future reviews. And we're currently scoping out, I think right now, at least 3 topics. And we want to get sort of a update on the progress made to any of these reviews, and what additional information is needed to move forward with these review topics, and whether or not to continue to move forward with these review topics. We know they're all going to probably go on hold on the day we get the email notification. But let's get some updates. We'll start with subsidence reversal. Tom?
Okay. We have a briefing group meeting organized for next week. We're going to talk to private landowners about the challenges of rewetting soils. And that's our last planned briefing. And then next we'll be sitting down and working on the prospectus. So we're chugging along. It took a little bit longer to get the last briefing put together, but Christine pulled it off, so we're ready.
Diane?
I just want to say that these briefings have been really helpful and informative and valuable. I want to hats off to Christine and that Tom, both in organizing these, and I think it'll provide a good foundation as we move forward.
Okay, sounds good. We'll move on to food webs. Lisa?
Sorry, you're having me do food webs?
I thought that would be a very smooth way to turn over that topic to you.
Sneaky, very sneaky.
The power of the chair.
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay.
Good handoff.
Isn't that good? I can now change that name to Lisa now. The next topic is on environmental flows on a resilient delta. Bob? Your lead.
Steve, I thought you were going to give the report on this.
Very funny.
Well, actually, we've made some progress over the last month. I prepared an initial outline and sent it around to the other members of the board and to Christine and Lillian and the science staff for comment. I did get some comments back. I got a lot of questions. And so a few days ago, I prepared a second version and sent it to the same group again asking for comments, addition, edits, whatever sort of information folks would like to share. And I've also had some good correspondence and connections with Christine and Lillian about the existing science of e-flows. They've done some I would say, very basic work in identifying what sort of models might be out there already for e-flows and how they might be used, but also providing suggestions on the content that we might target for flows activity. And one of the things that they suggested that really kind of piqued my interest was that instead of focusing on kind of e-flows for habitat, we begin to think about how e-flows might, or functional flows might impact other stressors in the delta, whether it be this sequestration of nutrients into wetlands, temperatures, whatever it might be. And I think that's something that's really worth exploring a bit more. So at this stage, I think where we're at is we have this second initial outline. I'm waiting for feedback from the other members of the board, as well as Christine and Lillian and others on the science staff. I think there's also, there's been a suggestion from Edmund and Lauren that we have a briefing from other folks within the science staff about what's going on at the moment with eco amendments, how this activity might be tied to the eco amendments that were recently passed. And also that we may need another face-to-face meeting, perhaps with Sarah Yarnell and one or more folks at the San Francisco Estuary Institute about their landscape model, and kind of see how we might connect data to their landscape planning tool. And there may be some other things like that. So I feel like we're just on the cusp of beginning to organize a couple of face-to-face meetings with stakeholders and interested parties within the Delta that might be useful for us down the road. So I was hoping that there would be time at the August meeting of the ISB to delve into these things a little bit deeper, and then be able to come up with a revised version for folks to comment on sometime later in August. So anyway, things are moving, kind of fits and starts. We're still gathering ideas. We've changed directions ever so slightly, but we're still out there kind of poking the issue here and there and trying to see what comes out of it that would be interesting to a majority of us. And so I know Lillian is gone this afternoon, but I was going to ask Christine if I've missed anything, because she's been so deeply involved in this over the last 4 to 6 weeks. So Christine, anything I missed?
No, I think poking around in some of the literature is probably a really good description for where we are right now. So I know that there's a lot of material in the eco amendments appendices that Lillian and I have started to look at. There's some really cool maps that have been produced about where the priority areas are. And so maybe that's an area where we could start looking into as well. But I think that you've covered everything really well.
Thank you. Tom?
I just wanted to bring your attention, Bob, to the Department of Water Resources. On Monday, I sat in on an interesting workshop they had where they were describing their tools for predicting the response of hydrologic systems to climate change. And I think I CC'd you on one of the emails that they were struggling quite a bit with environmental flows, but it was pretty clear their research group in that area had a strong interest in environmental flows.
Yes, I got that, Tom, and I was rather disheartened, as was Jay, I believe, that they were referring to environmental flows as minimum flows. And that says a lot, and is very concerning to me. So I think we have a bit of an educational challenge for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room for progress in this area. I mean,
that's right.
It's clearly a very important topic.
Right, that's right.
So Tom, that latest version that you circulated to a couple of us, is that gone public yet? Has that gone to all the board members?
It circulated which?
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm talking to Bob.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. No, it did not go to all board members. It was just the 4 board members that are on the kind of eFlows team. Or, you know, trying to put this together. Christine and Lillian as postdocs, and then Lauren and Edmund as the Delta Science staff.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Obey, and there's Obey is also included in that too. Remember.
Yeah, I think in part you're underselling it because that version to me really was a real progression in thought and specificity, and I thought it really matured to the state where I would recommend that you send it to the full board, or maybe you want to get some more input. But certainly by the August meeting, it's probably hefty enough that we can bring the whole board into that discussion, because I think it's.
That's what I was hoping, because I've received substantive, more, I guess, questions and comments from Obey. I have not received the same kind of level of scrutiny from the other board members yet, although people have written back to me. And I really would like to have a sit-down, face-to-face discussion of this, and hopefully we can also answer some of Obey's questions about it, because he was asking about things that I could not answer, and but I think collectively we could, and you know, get it on track relatively soon.
Okay, that might be a small group discussion on as well prior to our meeting, particularly, I mean, if we don't have the EIR by then, so.
Okay.
Tom, do you have another question?
Diane, no?
I wanted to agree with Steve that it's really made very substantial, and maybe if we have this in August, we could have a meeting and move ahead. You know, it would be great to discuss in person if there's time, depending on what August shapes up to be.
Well, I think that would be great. At a minimum, I guess I would like to have a face-to-face with with some of the science staff that Lauren suggested, that to talk about the eco amendments and how we might interface, you know, with that activity, and then even perhaps if there's time, separately probably from our meeting, but be able to have a conversation with Sarah Yarnell and include Christine and Lillian in that conversation to learn a bit more of the details about what the California environmental flows framework is doing and what their modeling efforts are all about. They seem to be very general right now, and I need to get a better handle on that.
Lauren?
Hi, yeah, I was just gonna, not a big deal. I was just gonna clarify that the staff I was recommending are the planning division staff, not science program staff, that were responsible for the eco amendment, the ones that were directly most involved in that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, any other comments on our thoughts about our future reviews? Diane.
I just wanted to say that we tabled the HABs issue based on the fact that this workshop was going forward, and then it may become clear after the workshop that there's a particular science issue that would be appropriate for the board either to write a white paper or have a follow-up targeted scientifically focused workshop, and it's too soon to know yet. And I was hoping to attend the November workshop. It may overlap with all this activity related to our review of the Conveyance Project. So we'll see how that plays out. But I think there's a broad, there's quite a range of issues related to HABs, but the science board could potentially weigh in if their particular issue was identified.
Okay, thanks. Any public comments on this, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre. Deirdre, you have the ability to mute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I really appreciate the work that Bob Nyman has done on environmental flows. I think it's critically important. But there is a major knowledge gap here with the Delta Science Program staff. I don't think they really understand the environmental flows framework is not being proposed to be used by the water board in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update at all. Not at all. So it's relevant to other watersheds throughout the state, but they're not proposing to apply it in for watersheds feeding the Delta. What they're using for that is the water board's scientific and technical basis report, which was done in 2017 and which grew out of the hearing held in 2010 on appropriate Delta flow criteria pursuant to the Delta Reform Act. And I've been trying to get my, and then there was a series of workshops held by the water board in 2012 on the technical basis for the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. And then there's the voluntary agreements. So it's kind of a not management relevant to look at it so much with respect to the Delta, and it's really important to understand these other processes, and particularly really important for looking at the Delta Tunnel project. And there is research by Carrie on appropriate Delta flow criteria. I've been trying to not carry water on this for my colleagues in the fishing and environmental community because it is controversial, and I've been doing advocacy for funding for the science board, as you know, and I'm trying to avoid topics that are highly controversial. There is support across all stakeholders for sound modeling and sound science and climate adaptation. But I would get you some information. I do have colleagues that I would highly recommend talking with, but I don't think anybody in the science staff knows about this, and it would be a major omission to not include it in any synthesis that you did. And I'm happy to talk with you about it, explain. I'll try and get some emails. It takes me some time to write stuff up in a letter to the water board, and I'm working on climate adaptation and tunnel physical construction impacts right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to now back to, I see Virginia has joined us. Welcome back. Move on to item number 7, which is a revision to our operating guidelines. First, a little background, and Edmund, if you could get ready that slide, and maybe you can put it up. The operating guidelines have been updated routinely by the board. The last time they were updated were in June of 2020. The update to the guidelines is relatively straightforward. We just update the guidelines, and then we have an official vote, and it requires 2/3 majority to approve any changes in the guidelines. That's a vote of 7 out of 10. Now, to put that in perspective, if we vote and change the guidelines, we change the guidelines today and vote and approve it, and then next week somebody said wait a minute, I think we ought to put a paragraph on this into the guidelines. We bring it up at the next meeting. If everyone agrees, we put it in and we vote again and modify the guidelines. They're meant to be and designed to be updated. So just remember, what we do today is not necessarily final, but I hope it's final enough to withstand at least a few months' time. So we talked, if we go to the next slide, Edmund, if we talked about this last time, and we talked about what I'd call three major changes in content. And what I'm going to do today is first just briefly go through these, and then I'm going to go to the tracked change version and walk you through the changes that were made. And then we can discuss any of those if people have time or interest in discussing those. Hopefully there won't be any wordsmithing, because that wordsmithing by committee is just going to take up way too much time. Some of these paragraphs were carefully crafted by at least 4 or 5 of you. So I refuse to change those words, because those were gone over again. What I did to make sure I got everything, I actually went back, and probably the only human ever to go back of a board member and replay the entire discussion we had at our June meeting to make sure that I captured everyone's comments and also identified those who agreed to submit something to me. And I tracked them down, and they did all submit something to me and were involved in mostly involved in the rewriting of those sections. So I think we've captured that pretty well. I have 3 content changes that were are now modified to reflect our discussion, and then also a 4th one, which is the one that stems off of Bob's comment from our discussion. The first one is under scope and purpose. We updated the new language from the Senate Bill 821, and we deleted language that was there that were unrelated to the board itself. It described the purpose of the council and the science program. It will look like a lot of edits, but there's only a little bit new added and a bunch taken out of things that were not needed for our guidelines. The second is we had a section on reporting relationships, which said what we would do with reports. That's now been moved to the reports. So we talk about what our reports are and then who we report to. And this required a new paragraph that said that we would make our reports not only to the council, but also develop a dialogue and discussion with DPIC, and I'll read it later, and other stakeholders and state legislatures and so forth. And then we added a few sentences in there on outreach and communications. The third content change was we added language under operations to reflect engaging parties prior to a formal prospectus, language provided by Tom. And then finally, Bob's comment on we should have more open discussions and dialogue and things like that. And so I added a paragraph about that in our meetings sections to more or less encourage that kind of debate and discussion during our meetings. So I'm going to try and share my screen now, and this may take some time, so I can walk you through those changes. Can we see everything, Edmund?
Yes.
Okay. This is the tracked change version. And I'm just going to walk through this and point out things that we've done. Some of this stuff here, like this paragraph and this paragraph, are directly taken. Looks like new wording, but it's directly taken from the previous version. They just we just shifted its locations for all of this. This is the new paragraph added, what says required that the council contract the services of the members, and stated, and then I quoted the specific quote there that talks about that we are independent, not employees of the Delta Stewardship Council. That was really the new paragraph that was added there. This is all part of specific language that is in the Delta Reform Act that is also in our older version. It's not new. It looks new, but it's not. The language here is also taken from Appendix A and moved it up front. This quote here about what the council views the board is just taken from the Appendix A. It's not really new material. I did add one sentence in here. This is all stuff that where we talked about the science program and so forth, and just removed that. I did add this sentence here because this is out the purpose and scope, where it said this document describes the purposes and procedures agreed upon by the members of the Delta Independent Science Board, and these guidelines are not intended to be prescriptive. That is maybe a change in content, but maybe just more of a clarification of what these guidelines are. They are guidelines. So that's the changes that were done in the first section. It looks pretty major, but I want to go through this and see if anyone has any problems with those particular changes, so we can we'll eventually vote on them. But if there's anything specific in that people have, I can't see anybody, so they'll have to just start talking if they're okay. I'm hearing silence. Maybe Edmund can tell me if someone has said anything. Under a minor change, under membership, this is just an update. It said here in this section that initial members were reported on 2010 with the thing expired on 2015, and just remove that because we're past the first 10 years, and put in the thing here that a member can, this is already was in the last one, a member can resign, and the circumstance the lead scientist will help fill that vacancy. Under the chairship and so forth, there were just one change in here. The previous thing said here, there's an expectation that a Delta officer will represent the Delta at meetings of the council, and thus it is desired that among the 3 positions of chair and so forth, at least one be from Northern California. We've just changed all of that and just said it's encouraged that the Delta ISB have a member of the Delta ISB chairship or member at large delegate attend regular meetings of the council and the Delta Interagency Implementation Committee. Okay, so reporting relationships, this was the entire section. That's been removed, and there's some language added under reports. Operation, this is the language that Tom added in here. Again, this was one of the major changes. Doesn't look major, but since prior to undertaking internally generated review, the ISB will prepare a brief prospectus describing the review purpose and process based on engagement with interested parties, including agencies and stakeholders. That was the language Tom added to encourage us to reach out before we start these prospecti. Okay. In meetings, this is the paragraph I added in response to Bob's comment about we need to have more discussion of science, and I'll read it. As noted, the Delta ISB work must reflect high scientific and technical standards and the widest possible representations of knowledge, disciplines, and trends of thought. Therefore, open scientific communications, discussions, and debates are encouraged at board meetings, seminars, workshops, scientific panels, stakeholder engagements, site visits, and larger small group briefings are considered to be regular parts of the scientific discussion and discovery on issues at board meetings. And that is to encourage the type of things that Bob had suggested in his comments. this hasn't been changed. Correspondence hasn't changed in reports. This is the comments to expand our reports and what we do with them afterwards, the outreach and so forth. And and this again as a result of the Hastings report. The Delta Reform Act requires that we shall submit to the council a report on the results of each review, including recommendations for any changes to the programs by the board. We added, when appropriate, the Delta ISB findings and recommendations are also presented to DPIC. This paragraph here is the one that was crafted by many, and the Delta ISB will identify opportunities for dialogue implying two-way, with stakeholders, individual agencies, members of the state legislature, and/or members of other relevant bodies to discuss products and recommendations as needed to advance implementation and to generate ideas for overcoming scientific, technical, and policy barriers. And we should, the Delta should take advantage of other outreach and communication mechanisms, including those provided by the Council's Communications Service, as well as journal publications and presentations at meetings. And for each review, the outreach and communication effort will be discussed and prioritized by the Delta. This provides us some way to make sure we are working within our own bandwidth. I think, let me just jump forward. I know there's some comments on this. I'm going to ask Jay and then Bob to provide any further input they may have. That is the extent of the changes, other than some edits. Now, I'm going to ask Jay to provide any sort of content. Well, first of all, let me open it. Well, no, let's go to Jay. Right now, this is what our intent of the vote would be, is to vote on this, plus any other changes people may have at this stage that we would discuss and decide whether or not to include in this version. Jay had a comment. Did you want to bring that up now, Jay, on this issue?
Yes, I can do that. I think these are all great improvements to the document. I think it's much better than what it was before. It's more concise, it's more focused. It avoids a lot of extra verbiage that we had before. I would like to suggest one sort of major change in the reports. And I have drafted a modest paragraph here, if I could be allowed to share it. Or
you have the ability to share your screen.
I have the ability to share my screen. All right. This will stop other screen sharing. Do you want to continue? Yes. All right. So I have one modest proposal here. Hopefully you can read it. It would say copies of all Delta ISB reports will be delivered to the council. Usually Delta ISB reports and memos will be addressed to the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, DPIC, but may also be disseminated directly to other parties. And then finally, probably the most important line, the Delta ISB and its leadership may also make periodic summary oral or written reports to Senate and Assembly legislative committees. So the reason why I'm adding this, suggesting to add this, is it's very important for us to get out more. We had a really basically an existential threat to this board not very long ago, and the reason why the board is still here and why we're all getting paid is because people in the legislature discovered our plight and thought that this was egregious. And it was very helpful to us that the legislative staff and some of the legislators that authored the original 2009 legislation were still in the legislature. A concern is that we sort of have a duty to these people that formed us and very recently kept us alive to to just touch base with them every once in a while, maybe once a year, and let them know what we're up to. And if we have concerns about our ability to continue as our mission as we understand it, give an opportunity for us to articulate that in an initial informal way. So I think this kind of wording is maybe appropriate for doing that. I had at times thought about more specific wording that would task this annually to the past chair, but this will suffice for my concern anyway.
Good, because the soon-to-be past chair violently objected to that modification. So, Tom?
Yeah, I just have one suggestion. I think this is good, Jay. I'm wondering though, could we add the council to that list of people we could be making this periodic summary?
Oh, yeah. To Senate Assembly Legislative Committee is on water. How about that? That's a friendly amendment.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I think it, you know, the summary word is a good word because you're talking about summarizing sort of what we've done in general rather than a specific report. And I would propose to put that in. I can show you exactly where I put it, but put it in after the eliminate one sentence that we have. Anyway, I'll show you where exactly we would put that in once we, if we agree on it. Tom, do you have another question on this? Lisa?
Thanks. I think this language is great to remind us to make those connections with the legislature and also to give us flexibility so as not to force us if we don't have anything, relevant. Isn't the first sentence redundant with something that we already said? Yeah, so maybe we don't need that first sentence. And then is the last amendment you just made, do we need, is water sufficiently comprehensive, or should we just say relevant legislative committees?
Okay.
And then eliminate that first sentence.
Yeah, I was going to replace whatever that first sentence is already someplace in there.
Yeah. Joe?
Jay, you know quite a bit of this, but what is the practicality of doing that, getting appointments with them periodically and present these things?
I imagine that almost on all occasions, this will just be a one-page memo or a couple-page memo that exists. If it's longer than a page or two, it's not going to get read by anybody on the council or in the legislature. So I think this is inherently going to be brief, and we can shape it as the times require. But I think it's good for us to note that we have the option of talking directly to these people rather than feeling like we have to go through the governor's office.
Yeah, I think in terms of particularly new board members and stuff, that this is good because it's not prescriptive, so you don't have to do it anyway. And it's also the use of the word may. It basically gives us permission to do that, and maybe, as Jay said, as a reminder that this is something to consider. Diane?
I was also going to say that the word may implies upon request. If some member of the legislature or their staff reaches out, it implies that we can respond. Individual leadership, especially.
You better darn well.
Any discussion on this paragraph? Okay, Jay, I'm going to take over again.
Okay. I will send a copy of this to Edmund.
Yeah, and because we need to document edits to the version that was the public version. And what I would propose to do then in here is we would add that, we would eliminate this particular sentence and then add Jay's material right in this section here, right after that quote. Okay, so want to go through some other, Jay, did you have any other sort of content level things you want to do? Because you responded to the edited or public version. Anything else content wise you wanted to add?
I think that was the main thing. I don't recall that. Was there anything else that I'm missing that I was busy drafting that paragraph rather than going back through all of my notes.
No, I think that was it. And before we move on, I want to go to Bob, because I know Bob had a couple of content things, and let me first go to the ones I remember. And
I wouldn't worry about it, Steve. I think the way that it's been revised is very appropriate right now. I wouldn't question anything in addition. I made my comments and you responded nicely, and I'm okay with the way it is.
Okay. So does anyone else have any additional changes to propose? All right, well, without objection, then I guess we would need a motion to approve the amendments to the operating guidelines as we just edited. And then we get that motion and seconded and call a roll call vote.
As a reminder, Steve, we also need to do public comments.
Before we do that? Before we vote, right? So first we get the motion and have it seconded, and then we'll do public comment.
I so move.
Okay.
Second.
I second.
Oh, okay.
All right, good. And so any public comments on the guidelines?
We have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to mute your microphone. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I strongly support the amendment proposed by Dr. Lund. And you are standing board of the state of California. You're not just in your peer review committee. I did want to suggest that you also amend correspondence with the Delta ISB on page 9. If you go to that page, since you're relying on correspondence so much for getting input from stakeholders, including yours truly, it says any person, group, or organization may send a letter or electronic communication to the Delta ISB by addressing it to either the Delta ISB chair, council chair, or the lead scientist, or by delivering the letter during a public meeting. And it says the lead scientist or their designee will assume responsibility for distribution of the formal correspondence to the chair and DISB members and for compliance with public record requirements. I don't think that's actually appropriate for the board. The lead scientist is not the board, and I think the board chair should, chair's designee should assume responsibility for distribution of the formal correspondence. I think currently that's Edmund. But again, this is with respect to the independence of the Delta ISB from the council, and the lead scientist does have a intergovernmental appointment between USGS and the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Deidre. Let me see if I can answer your question, and then somebody can correct me. I think this is put in there, the lead scientist or designee, which for all practical purposes is Edmund. And because he can send emails and forward stuff to all of us, he's going to know the public requirements certainly better than I am. If I send any email to the full board, it immediately becomes public some way or another, and I don't make it public. Edmund's the one that would make it public anyway. So I think it takes us out of that loop of communicating with each other and letting it go through and the reason the lead scientist, I think, is there is because it's really Edmund reports to the lead scientist, and I think Edmund is the designee to ensure that anything we do or any correspondence we get, he's the person who determines how public it needs to go. Anyway, that's
actually the organization chart, Edmund reports to Delta Science Program staff. The lead scientist does not have any reports. So I'm not quite sure why it's there. I was suggesting, I don't think that you as chair or the ISB chair should personally do it, but I just think staff to the board is staff to the board, not staff to the lead scientist. Maybe it's something that's too complicated, but you do need to have a staff that are designated to support your functions as a board, and that's not the lead scientist.
Lauren, please answer this.
Yes, I was just going to suggest, I understand what Deirdre's saying, and just suggest maybe saying Delta Independent Science Board staff or something straightforward, which is what happens now. I think we can leave the lead scientist out of it.
So change the lead scientist or their designee to the DISB staff?
Yes. Yes.
And that's clear enough?
To me it is, if you all agree.
That's a friendly amendment to me.
I think that is as well. So we will add that. Whoever made the motion, can you add that to your motion?
I so move.
Seconded. I'll second it. I think I can. Okay, so that's a good suggestion. Any other public comments, Edmund? Okay, I'm gonna have a roll call vote and just say aye or nay whether you approve the amendments. Steve Brant's aye. Virginia?
Sorry, aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jay?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
And Lisa?
Aye.
So we have a vote of 9-0, so that's 2/3 majority. So it is approved. And Edmund, the next steps would be to maybe if you we already have a relatively clean version, and with accepted changes. If you want to make those edits and send it to me, I'm happy to go through it one more time and dot any I's, but obviously won't make any content changes, and then get it sent to all the board members, publicly posted.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, wow, that was so much more quicker than I had anticipated.
Happy Bastille Day.
Okay, move on to item number 10, which is the preparation for the August meeting. The August meeting is intended to be in person. We have, I guess Tanya will not be available, and I believe Virginia is going to be doing it remotely because of scheduling conflicts. The meeting is on the 10th, is designed to be a small group, either writing teams or focused primarily on the DIR, into writing teams and so forth, and deciding what we're going to review or not. if we do not have it by then, we have some other ideas for groups. We've heard about the eFlow group as possibly meeting. Certainly the subsidence group, I think, wants to meet. I know the science needs assessment group wants to meet and put their work together. And there may be, if there's any other small groups that want to meet on that day, I think we probably still might want to talk in a small group or two about the EIR, whether or not we have it in our hand. Then on the 11th is our regular meeting, and the bulk of that right now is designed to be a review of the is to work on our review, and in various ways or forms for that day, and then just sort of regular stuff. On August 12th is intended to be a field trip, and Edmund, are you prepared to talk about that, or Jay? I'm not sure who's to give us a. There has already been an official public announcement gone out on that field trip that included all of the details related to it. Edmund, you want to?
Yes. So the proposed agenda for the tour is posted on our web, and we've started doing public reservations. We're going to be touring the State Water Project facilities along the Central Valley Project facilities. For the State Water Project, we're going to be touring the Banks pumping plant and also the Skinner Delta Fish Protective Facility. And then for the Central Valley Project, we'll be touring the Tracy Fish Collection Facility. And then in addition to the SWP and CVP facilities, we're also going to be touring the UC Davis Fish Conservation and Culture Laboratory. So the idea behind this tour is to help ISB members get a better understanding of project operations and also some of the impacts from that. Any questions? It'll be like a full day tour.
Any questions from anyone about the August meeting? Okay, we are now going to plan to have another face-to-face meeting to focus on the EIR as a well, I guess, regardless of when we get that report, sometime. Right now, we're scheduled to do a teleconference on September 15th and another one on October 13th. And I think what we've been talking about is having that meeting somewhere either at those times or sometime in between those to do a face-to-face to focus on the EIR write-up. And Edmund will be sending out, checking the availability of your calendars. I do know that I believe Jay is leaving us on October 15th and Joe on the 30th or something like that. So we certainly want to have that meeting beforehand so we can see them one last time face to face. Any other questions on the or thoughts or input on the upcoming meetings?
Steve, I know I'm going to be gone for the October 15th meeting, and I sent Edmund a note about that a month or so ago. I can be there, I think, early in the month, I can be there.
Well, as this thing comes through, we can look. We'll get an initial assessment, I guess, of availabilities for a face-to-face, and then zero in on a date, perhaps once we get the email. Okay, that's all I had for that item. Any public comment on that?
Yes, we have a public comment from Deirdre Degardin. Right, Deirdre. I saw your hand lowered, Deirdre. Do you want to clarify?
I wanted to do public comment on the general public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Edmund, you have number 11, which is the review of items for follow-up.
Yes. So For the follow-up items, staff will make an update to our disclosure page with Jay's new disclosure that he'll be participating in the modeling workshop committee to develop a collaboratory. Did I get that right, Jay?
No, I'm participating in a proposal led by chief scientist to University of California to develop a collaboratory.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, for the next follow-up item, I have that the council will coordinate with Dr. Lund and Dr. Holzer to schedule a presentation to the State Water Resources Control Board and DWR on the completed water supply reliability review. I have Dr. Lund and Dr. Wanger will revise the Delta Conveyance Project review template based on today's discussion so that it is ready to go when the EIR is released. I will send Jay and Lisa some questions from the council that we shared in February to help them update the review template based on today's discussion. Once the EIR is released, there was agreement today that individual ISB members will have a 3-day period to briefly scan through the chapters to confirm that they would like to continue with their current chapter assignments. I will be following up to see how editorial comments were submitted in the 2014 review and also provide an update on the chapters that were not covered by the Delta ISB in previous reviews of the BDCP and Water Fix EIR and S reviews. Anything to add or amend for the Delta Conveyance Project EIR review discussions?
Diane?
I was going to say that, again, I said that I could look it over a weekend. Depending on if it's the start of classes or I'm in the field, I can't commit to 3 days. It just depends when it is, given the uncertainty as to when it might appear. And I might add that if anybody there in California has any rumors about when it might appear, we those of us here in Colorado and other places might appreciate getting a heads up, because it will be quite something to suddenly have this on our plate.
Okay, I'll make edits that we'll try, depending on when it's released, we'll try to aim for a 3-day review. So there's flexibility. Yeah. Sorry about that too strong verbiage.
No, I understand. I just wanted to emphasize that.
And just related to that, I think it was that we were gonna both agree to the lead chapters and the lead of the chapters and participation. So we need to clarify that as well.
All right. In terms of future review reviews, Bob Nyman's continuing to work on the proposal for the environmental flows review. Tom Holzer and the others are working to finish their briefing discussions with landowners, and they will be working on a prospectus soon. There were no updates to the food web's potential review topic. In terms of communication and outreach of current reviews, one new item is a potential presentation to the board for the Metropolitan Water District, and Deirdre will provide us with some more information on how to coordinate that if there's interest. There was a point to table the harmful algal blooms topic area for future reviews until after the harmful algal blooms workshop discussion. Any comments? All right, and then for today, the board amended its operating guidelines. It was a 9-0 approval. The track change edits version will be accepted, but there were 2 modifications made. One is on page 9 for reports. We will incorporate Jay's edits and remove the line on page 9 about when appropriate, the Delta ISB findings and recommendations are also presented to the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, and we will replace it with the paragraph that we'll post on the web as well. In addition, for the correspondence to the Delta ISB, we will make a modification to a sentence on page 9 that states the Delta lead scientist or their designee, and we'll change that to Delta independent science board staff. So after this meeting, staff will incorporate those edits, and then Steve will do the final review and approval, and then we'll get that posted after that's done. Any questions or comments regarding the operating guidelines? All right, and then in terms of future meetings, we are going to try to explore the possibility of having September or October also be an in-person meeting to better facilitate discussion on the Delta Conveyance Project EIR review. So be on the lookout for a poll later this week. Any questions or anything to add to our follow-up items? All right, this concludes the follow-up items report.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. It looks like Deidre has her hand up. Is that for this item or is that for public comments for matters not on the agenda?
Public comments.
For this item?
No, not on the agenda.
Okay, so we'll move on to number 12, and I think we have Deidre on the.
Okay, thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I did just want to say, so I reached out to Edmund a couple months ago about the draft staff findings on, so the Delta Tunnel, the Twin Tunnels project in 2018, the Department of Water Resources made a finding that the tunnel was consistent with the Delta plan, and there were 9 appeals of consistency, and a number of them cited best available science. And there were draft staff findings. Most of the appeals stating the project didn't use best available science were denied. But I think they're still worth looking at. And then the one that was supported was on sea level rise. So I'm gonna try and follow up, get you guys a copy. The staff draft findings I got posted on California Water Research website. They're not up on the council anymore. And I think I have a copy of all of the appeals, but I think at least looking at the staff draft findings on best available science is a good idea to give people an idea of the project. And then there were quite a few findings about not being consistent with Delta as place, and the Delta Protection Commission said that DWR had utterly failed to grapple with the impacts of the project on Delta communities and agriculture. And there has been quite a bit of revision of the project since that time, but it might be worth thinking about. And at the time, DWR promised to offer a community benefits fund, and the Delta counties and other other attorneys representing Delta legacy communities and agriculture all protested that a community benefits fund wouldn't adequately address the existential impacts of the tunnel. And it's particularly important because the North Delta intake locations are still the same. They were kept from the previous project. They just reduced the number from 3 to 2. So I will be trying to get you some more information on that as well. There actually is quite a bit of controversy over the tunnel consultation process, not considering alternative designs or locations for the intakes. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, well, I think that ends our meeting, and thank you everyone for a good and very productive meeting, and I will see you all in August, and hopefully we're shocked sometime between now and then with an email. So, all right, have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Steve. Happy Bastille Day.